just said to them,
Right.
I see your.
The landscaping
I
space
said,
that we
but
have has minimal.
if it's, and I said, my first guess would be, yeah, somebody added that, if that's what happened. I said, but we would need something more than, because Candace said she had a photograph, and then she showed me this one. I said, well, right there. So, all right, so I said, that's a heavy lift. I said,
I mean, the building's 50 years old, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're all doing our zoning ordinance.
Possibly.
They did, that's pretty.
okay. And then I said, you wanna add the portico, or, fine. I said, but it's a level of detail the BAR wants. And I said, I think you've got a property line issue. But I said, all this other stuff, there's nothing to it. I do think, I've been wondering forever why the bricks shot, and it's because somebody sandblasted it.
Sandblasted.
And it's just, but I went through it, and, I was shocked how dry, it was pretty dry down. I thought the building was gonna just stink, but it was. So, so the questions here will be, of these things, what do you need? And then the last one is, it's a house this house over on Hartman's Mill Road, I mean, literally, it's like, because we looked at the,
Went over there, I didn't really see anything.
oh, you can't get down there, but,
I mean, it's a natural studio.
Carl,
Just
that's
switching
good.
in and
so it was, we went and looked, because they had to knock a cottage down, but you could see it in the census, like between 1880 and 1930, this guy's family is just growing exponentially, and they would just add a room, add a room, add a room, add a room. And, it just, and so it's like trying to figure out what went first, second, or third. And at one point, they just built a roof that merged the other buildings. We should go there, they can do it.
So that is an individually listed
I like to see
building.
Yeah. And when I looked at the survey, I knew there was a cemetery there.
No, I'm sure that's.
And James and I were out there, we're like,
And we dug around and found it.
digging out bushes, and there they are. There's 5 barrels back there, so.
All changed, everything's up for grabs, it's not like we're doing one section at a time, it's the whole system.
Okay.
Stranger things are fine. Just the questions you would all know, not into the face.
How was your trip? You were, got to go on a long awaited Europe trip.
Long delayed trip. It was fantastic. It was my wife and I's 30th wedding anniversary. Sorry. It was a blast. We like to bicycle, so we did a bicycle tour in Black Forest.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. That's how you're an architect, right?
Yes.
Where you work?
I work at Green Bunker.
You are new to this board as well, right?
Yeah. I was at the first, I guess you and I got the email the same night.
Yeah, the night before.
I came to that first meeting, but didn't feel like
Yeah. I ended up Zooming. I mean, I just wanted to sort of watch it, but yeah, same.
It's good to kind of see how it all works, but jump in.
Come on, man.
Then
I moved it all into the kitchenette.
Go. Did you find plates?
I brought plates.
Good man.
I got them from Big Day.
Thank you, sir. That's what I've heard. Damn. Fuck that.
I think that qualifies as an excuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the big,
If you try to walk into what their sort of website, it will cross. Usually.
so it's not the same.
Usually follow along.
Well, we will tonight because, our chair is gonna be zooming in.
No, we don't need this.
Yeah, I was on the screen.
You don't even want to do that. So what I'm gonna do is, we need to get one more person.
Make sure that I don't cut Rick off.
These guys. Brett's the landscape architect. Hey, is Brett logged on, you guys?
No idea.
I'm gonna go.
So Carl, is Brett gonna chair from Zoom? Are you chairing?
You derailed it. We were talking about something else. Development review meeting is next week.
Did we actually,
I didn't know what you
that's not counted for.
What's up, man?
Somebody's on Zoom?
They have to be present.
I live 3 blocks away and it's raining. I figured I'd just wait.
Now-
The data shows up.
Right?
Or until it gets
I
less
thought-
rainy. Either way, it's fine.
I'm gonna,
I don't have to be here, so I can just get it done. I'm just here for Steve's
I guess we still won't have our business on
I
there.
care about the trees. I wanna know all of it. I'm not entirely. I would like to know a little bit about the trees. Landscape.
You need to like switch up to that. I'm already like, that's going.
No, we need, we've got one seat to fill. Makes things easier. Well, yeah, you guys, I don't think in my 8 years before this, you ever didn't have, you came close. You had a meeting, I think, where it was like, what, 3 people?
We couldn't get 3 people. That was a messed up day. All right, so, let me, can I just do some, housekeeping, cleaning? We have folks in Park and Rec talk about the trees, if at all possible. If we can knock it out in the pre-meeting, I'd like to do that.
Okay.
David is, I need, so move it when you're chewing. Thank you, Carl. This is criminal. And so if we can do that, once we get through, they said maybe 10 minutes so have them, and that's one thing off our plate. Anything on the agenda that you guys had any, I don't know if I got you everything that,
I wish you didn't spend the time doing that plan.
no, because I've been dying to figure that house out, and it still baffles me.
I'm not gonna pull the consent agenda from the sidewalk. It would be nice to know that we're not gonna lose other trees that put on there.
So they've been working with engineering on that whole thing. Eric Morse has been involved, so, I'm very comfortable with that.
And they're keeping all the existing walls that are there, right?
He's in the kitchenette. Oh, okay.
Well, how are you? Sorry, Coach, I know how it goes.
January 21st, Arsenal, Manchester.
No. It was always a parking garage. Hey, Steve, do you have, hey, and is it Steve or Steven? What,
Doesn't matter.
see, that's good. Architects get a little touchy when you change it around, you know.
Okay.
Like Foresters, you know.
You do know you're surrounded by,
A bunch of architects.
few architects.
Man, that was like the hardest thing. In the A school, I'd say, "Hey, Dad, it's Daniel." I'm like, "Oh man, okay, well." And they go, "Well, do you like if I call you?" I said, "Hey, I just get upset if you call me late for dinner." All right. So the other, yeah, looking at myself. The Any questions on any of the other?
I had sort of a minor question about the site plan for the manor. It was unclear to me. It looked like their limits of disturbance or their line of disturbance was like over the property line from the neighbor. And is that our purview or?
No, in fact, that would have been, except for the demo, I would have, you know, I don't know, the trees thing's a little, I don't know, we'll talk trees, it's sort of. Yeah, it is. And, so I'm glad they took that step, but, normally, if it hadn't been, if you hadn't been required to review that, demo, I would have treated it as a site plan review, so I just signed off and don't need to bother with that. Then, I was telling Roger earlier, so we have the two preliminary discussions, and really what I want to get out of the one for the hotel is, you know, what kind of details, I know what they want to do, what stuff do you all want to see so that they can, you know, make it available, you know? They want to rebuild that portico, okay, what level of detail, things like that.
Are they gonna give us a presentation, or are they not coming tonight?
Yeah, someone will be here, yeah. And then, Hartman's Mill house, it's really just it's on that back, I don't know, I think, like I said, everything except for that western addition and the decks, you know, at least dates between that 1870 and 1920. But it's, yeah, I can't figure that house out. Even after, you know, all that.
That's a strange one.
Well, hell, we couldn't figure out that cottage. It was the, so, but again, that one's, I think, they're, you know, they said, we know we're supposed to do a preliminary discussion, they're checking that box. I don't know if they have any questions, but we could certainly, you know, have any for that. Like I said, trees, hopefully we can knock that out quickly here. And then I will say up front, I asked about a BAR dinner, as we used to do. There's no funding for that, so I think we just should discuss that offline and, you know, and go, I don't know, crash Breck's house and make him use that expensive pizza oven he has, right? And, so the other question is Breck on? And how can I determine that? Well, I'd like to invite Steve and Ryan to come up and talk about the trees, and just, unless you all have any, gentlemen, if you don't mind me, take a bite of pizza while I sit here.
We'll get a screen share. I guess we talking to the microphone here,
That's generally the idea.
Okay.
Did you have a thumb drive, or you want me
or?
to pull up?
He's got it on his machine. There we go.
Okay.
Just-
Oh,
Just before we start, once again, thank you so much for allowing us, Parks and Rec, to come before you again to give you a quick PowerPoint presentation about the downtown trees. Again, I'm Rian Anthony. I'm the Deputy Director of Parks and Rec. And this is Steve Gaines. He is our urban forester for the city of Charlottesville, and he'll be taking the lead on this presentation. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here to talk with you. I know everybody's busy. Anyway, so my name is Steve Gaines. I'm an urban forester through Parks and Rec. Thank you for taking the time to educate yourself about this, even though I'm sure you're all well educated about what we're here for. So I just want to say up front, we all know what this project is, and that's focusing on tree removals. We understand that it's a very sensitive subject. But Parks and Rec does not, we don't want to remove any of these trees. Our main business is to care for the trees and to support urban canopy and the services that these trees provide. But we are also obligated to protect the public and the property. So that's really why we're acting now. As we move forward this evening, please hold questions until the end, and we'll get through what we can. We should have plenty of time for questions and comments. Next slide, please. So just a quick hit list of where this discussion is going. We are planning for the long-term management of the mall trees. That is definitely forefront in our minds. We're going to talk a little bit about why we're removing the trees that we're targeting and where they are located, and what the city's going to do to mitigate the disturbance to the mall going forward. Next slide, please. All right, so long-term planning for the mall. We are in the process of securing yearly funding for the management on the mall of the trees. This should give us funding for inspections, pruning, or anything else maintenance related for the trees going forward. There is a current RFP, request for proposal, that has recently been submitted to the city. It's in procurement right now. The finished product is going to be pretty much a comprehensive plan of management practices and timelines for all of our mall activities. We are going to be put this out to bid internationally. We expect to get a good response. We're going to have a good mix of arborists, urban planners, landscape architects, hopefully a firm that's going to encompass all of that. And there will be a committee that's appointed that's going to go through all of the bids and select what plan we're going to go with and what company. Next slide, please. Okay, the RFP will specifically address how we will be removing the trees in the future, how they will be replaced, and maintenance plans and timeframes. At this time, we do not know what we are going to replace the trees with that we remove, and we don't know what species they're going to be, is going to be the replacements, and we don't know in what manner the trees are going to be removed in the future. We're going to go block by block, or just continue to peck away at the very obvious trees that are declining and replace them as they decline. That's all going to be addressed in the RFP. Next slide, please. Okay, our main objective here is safety, making the pedestrian mall safe for pedestrians and to protect the property and, of course, the historic features. Again, we don't want to remove the trees, but we feel that they are necessary. Next slide. Okay, I mentioned earlier that this is, as we've been looking at these trees for a long time, and my predecessor certainly have, it was not just city staff that looked at these trees. These trees were also looked at by Bartlett tree experts, Big Oak Tree and Lawn Service, Tree Matrix, and Virginia Cooperative Extension. When we were walking the mall, we all got zeroed in on the same trees. It was not just I picked these out. It was very well thought out. So basically, as an arborist, when I'm assessing a tree, we use scary words like risk and hazard, and we evaluate the tree itself in addition to the surrounding environment. As it says here, a tree is considered hazardous when it appears to be likely to fail and to cause an unacceptable degree of injury. And also risk, combination of likelihood and potential consequences, and hazard, how likely it is for a branch or a lead to break and fall and cause an unacceptable degree of injury. As you can see in this picture, if you look at it, there's leaves, there's obviously the tree's fallen over and it's been rotten, but there probably wasn't a whole lot that was showing what was going on the inside of the tree. It's very difficult to tell. It's hard to tell these things going on, and so arborists look for signs and symptoms that kind of tell the story of what's going on the interior of the tree. In the case of the trees out here on the mall, there are a lot of signs and a lot of symptoms. It's very obvious that these trees are declining. At the same time, for us, it's environment. So we've got a lot of very valuable property. We've got pedestrians. The only way to make sure there's zero risk with the tree is to not have a tree there. We all enjoy the benefits. We need to have trees on our mall, so we need to make them safe. So again, for example, a tree that's dying on the side of a field somewhere, it's not necessarily a risk. It's not a hazard. If it's in a playground or a park, yeah, it's a serious liability and it needs to be addressed, which is exactly what we have here. Next slide, please. Environmental factors and risk include exposure. How often there's a target underneath it. In the case of the mall, on a good day in June or July, you might have 5,000, 6,000 people on the mall. And that's extreme. So all of these considerations are kind of, in my mind when I'm looking at these, and there are actually equations that quantitatively quantify the level of risk. But here, the ones that we are targeting, it's really a no-brainer, particularly considering what the risks and the targets are. Next slide. Okay, I think everybody got a handout of this. So the tree locations, as you can tell, it's kind of centered around the fountain part of the mall in the middle. It's not like we are removing all the trees at the front or the bottom of the mall. They're kind of spread out. So there's 72 trees that make up the mall. 63 of them are oaks, 9 of them are maples. We're proposing to remove 5 oaks, 3 maples, and 1 dead tree, and 1 tree of heaven, which no one really wants anyway. So it's pretty spread out. Next slide, please. All right, so I know we're all kind of anxious to see which trees are going to be getting targeted here, but just kind of nailing home here, before we get too much into considering which trees are going to be removed, we want to talk a little bit about urban tree stressors. As we all know, trees are dynamic organisms. They grow, they mature, they die, just like us, and when they're getting older, they require more maintenance. But these trees, they have tolerated a lot. First off, they have very little room for root development. Considering the mass these trees support, it's really pretty incredible that they're still standing upright. Considering the very small area they have for root development. On top of that, they have direct heat from the sun, and then they have reflected heat coming up from the impervious pavement. They have extremes of drought and excess moisture. And, of course, they have the tree grates that we all love so much. Of course, litter and people pouring things in there, it's just not a very conducive environment for trees. And so, all things considered, we are extremely fortunate that they've lasted this long. Halpern put this design together, and the trees were planted in 1976. Trees were about 6 inches in caliper when they were planted, so they're about maybe a little over 50 years old, 55 years old, somewhere in there. They've put up with a lot. Willow oaks were an incredibly good choice for this scenario, and they've done well. I think they've exceeded any of our expectations. They just need some help at this point. So, moving on. Next slide, please. So, first trees to be removed. I didn't list all 11 in here. I do have pictures of them in this slide. I just kind of hit the highlights right here. This one that needs to be removed is right near the fountain, right behind the fountain in the eating dining area. It's about a 22-inch willow oak. So you can see it's got a very suspicious wound. It's probably about head height, maybe about 5 feet. It was wounded by something. If you look at all of well, not all of them, but several trees along the mall, they all have a wound like this at about the same height. So it's rather suspicious. But this one in particular, for its location and its degree of lean, is particularly hazardous. If you're up close looking at it, you will see that it's got a lot of carpenter ant activity. Carpenter ants pretty much nest in decay, so that tells me right there's a significant amount of decay inside that tree. If you were to take like a sharp object, like a knife or a long pin, you can actually poke that and go in several inches into the interior of the tree. It needs to go, given the level of people around it and the businesses. Next slide, please. This is another willow oak, about the same size, maybe a little bit smaller. Same story. It's got a lot of carpenter ant activity. I would say the degree of decay in this probably exceeds the last one. It's probably got a bit more of a lean. Both of these trees, where that main decay spot is, where the weight shifts in the top, it starts leaning. That's a very significant point to have a weakness. The idea that it might fail is elevated just for the location of that particular wound, and that wound's at the same height as the other one, about head height, which tells me it's probably some sort of human alteration that's causing the wounds. Could be any number of things. But anyway, it's a significant risk. It's got a lot of dead limbs, and a lot of those limbs at the side of the pruning cuts where they've removed branches are oozing, which is also not a good sign. It's stressed out. Next slide, please. And also we have some trees that it's also a little bit more difficult to tell what's going on, but they've been pruned extensively. You've pretty much got a stick with a little bit of green on it. And we've really got to ask ourselves, if you look at all, the number of fruiting bodies from fungus that's on there and all the other hazards associated with it, is it worthwhile to keep this tree there and accept the level of risk, or remove it and plant something that's going to provide more shade and more service for people on the mall? Also, with this particular tree, which is right across from Rockfish Brewing Company, if you look on the bottom along the base, you'll see a big fruiting body conch it's a Ganoderma fungus. It's only going to be there unless there's significant decay in the trunk. So it's a hazard. So next slide, please. And of course, we have Tree of Heaven. This is right near the whiskey jar. It's not only propagating in all of our beds, but it's also probably seeding the part of Lower Preston Street. On general principle, if we can get rid of invasive trees, we like to.
I just wondered if that's holding up that corner, because I've been looking at that for years.
It might be. Anyway, mature female lanthus tree, we don't want it. We're going to remove it. Next slide. Okay, so there's a couple more trees. If you guys want to look, there are pictures at the end of this if we want to really get into it. But the safety protocols and mitigations, we're planning to do this in February, probably, hopefully another bleak, drizzly day where there's not going to be fencing that's going to be able to direct people in and out of shops and stores for store owners and pedestrians. There's going to be tree crews. There's going to be staff available. We'll follow existing, OSHA regulations and probably a lot more to make sure that everybody's safe, and there will be a lot of attention on this in regards to safety. And we're going to keep people informed and give people notice of when we intend to do the work. At this time, I'm thinking January or February, but we'll see. And I think that's about it. Next slide. Questions, comments?
I didn't, sorry, but I haven't heard from Brett, so we're somewhat elevating Carl to the de facto chair.
I am here. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Turn this on, there we go. I would, are the wounds that you're seeing on the, oh, hey, Brett. The wounds that you're seeing on the trees, are they all the same age, does it look like, or?
But probably, I mean, the way the trees, the coated, how they deal with a wound, some of them have been more successful at containing the,
Okay.
but I would say probably on the same
Interesting.
couple of
I know
years.
it's completely out of our purview. I'm just, it's curious. I'm just wondering, I mean, would patio heaters do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's all kinds of things, but that would be my guess.
Okay.
I had a
Interesting.
clarification question on that.
Yes, sir.
So when you were saying that all the trees have that wound, is it all the trees that you're looking to remove or all the trees?
No, they do not all have that wound, and not all the trees that we are planning to remove have that wound. If I did, I don't think I said that, but if I did, I apologize. No, all the trees that we are removing have a significant, something very obvious like that.
Okay.
Maybe clarify. So we all know there's some issues with the mulch trees in general, and that's where that larger sort of plan is underway to have that discussion. What you have here are, I'd cross out the Tree of Heaven, that's, but is a determination by essentially city manager's office, these are trees present a risk. And so what I wanted to make sure is that, they were able to do what they needed, and the BAR understood that. But this is not, we're not getting into discussion now about the rest of the trees. We know that conversation's coming, if that helps narrow.
Question. Did I understand that you said you weren't sure what you were going to replace the trees with? What species?
That's correct.
Why wouldn't you just replace them with willow oaks? And
Well, willow oaks need more sunlight than they have. It's already quite shaded. They're shade intolerant, so they're going to need more sunlight. So if we wanted to plant something like that, we'd have to look at removing, I call them kind of islands of trees, but something that's going to have enough light to be able to grow like that. There's plenty of other, shade tolerant species. They're not going to be able to grow as fast. So it's a large conversation as far as what's going to be replaced, what the replacement species is going to be. And do we replace it with the same species? Do we all have a number of different species? Because if you think about how something, my big fear here is like an ambrosia beetle is going to get in here. Ambrosia beetles are attracted pretty much to wood-boring insect. It's a family of them, really, but it's attracted to declining trees, stressed out trees. All of these trees are under an incredible amount of stress. You get one of those little buggers in there, they're all going to go. So really the only defense against that is a diverse species composition.
So the idea is to, once you take a tree down, to leave that area vacant for now without planting something until there's a more comprehensive master plan.
That is correct. And there's been a number of, thoughts on what to do with the wood. I would think certainly with that, just to eliminate the safety hazard, cut it low and cover the stump up. We might do something. I think we should get creative and invite the community to participate, but maybe some sort of a wood carving, something. I mean, with the wood itself generated from the trees that are going to be cut, we could do some on-site milling. We could make benches. We could have a log bowl turning contest with some of the crotches. I mean, willow oak's not a great species for that, but it's not bad. I think something that we can recycle some of the energy and maybe even some of the funds if we have some sort of an auction back into mall projects. But either way, something that the community is going to be able to get involved with.
How much can you leave?
I don't know. I mean, I would think, I don't know, maybe hip height, maybe. A lot of it depends on how decayed it is too. I don't think these trees, I would assign this a moderate risk. They're not going to fall down tomorrow. Honestly, if you walk the mall, it's much scarier just looking up at the amount of dead wood in the trees than these particular trees that I've selected. But the trees that I did select have a much higher risk for something big failing and falling. But the amount of dead wood in these trees is also considerable. So we do have, one of the things that we're going to address in the RFP is a regular maintenance for pruning. And there needs to be a big one. So that's going to be another conversation we'll have at some point. But yeah, a lot needs to be done. And I don't know why this hasn't been done yet.
Can I add just a couple of things?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thanks to the city and for doing this study. I think it's important that you've identified these hazards. They have been. I think even though many people do not necessarily recognize, they think all the trees are doing just great. But I agree with the selections that you've made and have made a good case for it. So I support the action. I guess the thing that I would just note in terms of moving forward, you mentioned the couple of priorities for Parks and Recreation. One being safety. That's agreed. Protecting historic resources. That's agreed. I think really the third, which should make the same list, even though you've implicitly stated it, is that we need to evolve the mall tree planting into a long-term, sustainable, maintainable living system. And the RFP that's certainly the one step towards it. But I think all of this conversation demonstrates that we're 5-10 years behind on this. We need to move quickly. This is going to be increasingly an issue, and I don't want to wait until the next 8 trees need to go before we have a much better plan for what's going in its place. So I just would encourage adding that to the priorities and moving with haste with the RFP.
Certainly. And of course, there will be a committee that's going to be looking at all the different bids, but we're going to want a pretty wide network of opinion on what can be planted, so replacement-wise.
I will note that I do believe that the species selection, especially the willow oaks, is a really critical, important part of the design, the historic design. I think it's been borne out that the maples were especially poor selection, and it performed poorly. But so I think there's definitely some room for adapting the species composition, but it should be one that should be had as a part of the evaluation of the long-term historic character of the design.
Certainly. Sure.
Yeah, so, again, the reason why we are not just jumping into planting and replacing is because we have the RFP coming. And within the RFP scope, we are also asking them to look at a species combination. And they will give us that recommendation so that we don't have to do the work twice. So we're waiting for that RFP to come in and kind of give us recommendation and guidance so that we can be more efficient when we are talking about the downtown trees.
Gentlemen, so as I said, there's a larger discussion that we're building towards. This is about the at-risk issues. So does that, a good intro, and we can, I think, answer some questions.
Again, I know it's completely off topic, but is there, is the city doing anything to communicate with the businesses on the mall about not harming the trees? I'm sorry, I'm completely fixated on the tree damage, but.
So that is a very good question, and at the same time, a very complex question.
Mm-hmm.
It is the downtown mall is a complex community, and yeah, the reason why the trees are being stressed, because normally if you take a tree or even a human being living in a normal habitat, we will live longer. But if we are put into a stressful situation, which they are, meaning cafe space, there are heaters in the summer, in the winter, there are lights hanging from the tree, there's nails. So again, as James mentioned here a couple of months ago, the city, led by the city manager, is forming a downtown mall committee. I think one of the bar members will also be invited to that, is to look at this complex situation as a whole and address all these things so that 50 years from now, we won't have the same conversations of how do we protect the trees, just not the trees, but also how can we all coexist in a good and safe environment.
Well, Breck, sorry, I interceded. I didn't think you were there, but would you, are you able to preside, do you think, or how do you want to?
No, I would like to propose that board member and former chair Carl Schwartz preside over the meeting, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Are you all amenable to that? All right. So, gentlemen, thank you. We'll be in touch. Steve, good to meet you finally.
Yep, absolutely.
And thank you for that sign at the park, or whoever got it up there at the cemetery. That's what we needed. Thank you very much. And it's Mr. Schwartz, if you would like.
You took our little preamble out of our packet.
I did. Well, you know.
I found it. I went and knocked over, so I got it.
Robert did leave.
You got the links back there, so that's fantastic.
Molly is a very fast learner. Robert came in, walked her through his special recipe, so she did great. I don't know who has the computer screen right now, Patrick, or?
Yeah,
All right, and so,
all right.
Breck, do we want Breck to be a large head, or can we do something about that?
I don't need to be a large head. I'll speak up if I need to.
Yeah, it's if you could make him a little square, whoever has. There we go. Then Carl, if you want to, do you have an agenda with you, or?
I've got it, yes.
All
So
right,
I'm
I need
ready.
to get
and Breck, tonight, if I'm going to keep trying to pay attention to see if you want to talk, but you may need to do some waving around. Or
Sure.
something.
Is it okay if I just unmute and speak up? Or do
Yes,
I need
yeah,
to
no,
raise my
absolutely.
hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Well, welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comment should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. So the first item on our agenda is matters from the public not on the agenda. Also, if you wish to speak to anything that's on the consent agenda, now would be the time to do so. The items on the consent agenda are 0 Preston Place, 480 Rugby Road, and 402 Park Street. So if you'd, is there anybody in the public who would like to speak to matters not on our action agenda? And if anyone's online, please raise your hand or press *9.
Not seeing anyone.
All right. Next is our consent agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda or pull any items from the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
A second?
Seconded.
All right. Everyone in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Great.
I
Consent agenda
abstain.
passes. Oh, sorry.
I abstain, so I have a project that's on the consent agenda.
All right. Forgot about that. So our first item tonight is a deferred item. It is 03rd Street Northeast.
All right, while we're waiting for, well, we can do it this way. Am I? Getting better at this. All right, here we go. So, first off, just, this is a continued discussion of 03rd Street Northeast. It's within the North Downtown ADC district. It's a vacant parcel, and been working with the applicant on the construction of a new residence on the site. You've had a couple of discussions so far, and the applicant's here tonight has some clarification issues or questions for you all. So I think, things on the list that they're looking for some responses to, and this is working towards preparing what they hope is a final submittal for you all to review. So while it's just going to be a discussion, we still, because of it being a deferred matter, at the end of the discussion, Candy, I will encourage her to request an additional deferral. You all can vote to accept that request. So I think you all are relatively familiar with this one, and as said, this is, Candace has a list of questions, but I also think this is an opportunity, if there are questions you all have, details you want to see, things that need to be clarified that you would want to see in a final submittal, this is an opportunity to express that as well. So with that, this is, well, you get to present first.
Yeah, Ms. Smith, do you have?
Oh,
Thank you very much. Good evening. I have just a few questions for you.
Is the microphone, can the people in the back hear Ms. Smith?
How about that? Is that better? Sorry. How about now? All right, I'll be closer. I actually have just 2 or 3 questions for you. The first is the style and form of the front porch, which it has gone through a couple different variations, and you all, and we agreed that we like this entrance at the semi-lower level through a brick foundation, corbelled foundation, and upper porch not accessible by stairs. That's actually at the main first floor living level. So there's 3 porches that we're going to talk to you about. I'm also going to ask you about paint colors, and I have paint chips that I'm going to pass out to you because the scans of colored renderings never appear the way they are. And then last question is just a question on the form of what could have been a gate, a fence near beyond the front face of the building, but is actually some gates to close off the parking court, I guess you might want to call it. So the first question is on the porches. There's 3 porches that the owner has, we are presenting for the owner. The first is a very streamlined, thin roofed structure that has solid panels below. That would be in one of the darker paint colors that you will see. So those circles and ovals are just etches in a solid panel on the upper porch. And again, the brick opening into the door that's recessed back at the face of the building. The second one that Jeff will slide up to or down to.
Of the front.
Yeah, I think just the front is fine. Is a little bit more deeper, more expressive. Actually, this is the same one, so we need to go to the next one. Sorry. A deeper entablature. The owner can see doing this with this style of house. He'd still prefer the solid panels on the railings, but he is open to metal railings if that is deemed more desirable by the board. And I'm skipping over the side elevations because they're sort of self-explanatory. And then the third option is a hipped roof that, again, has the same choice of metal railings or solid metal panels. Again, the owner would prefer the solid panels for the porch for privacy and for the coloration when you see that color. So the first question for the board is, you can talk about it when you get to discussion, the 3 roof forms. And then the next question is going to be on the paint colors. And we can go to that rendering, but it scans badly and it portrays on the computer even worse. So I have, these are the paint colors. And I just got 2 for each side of the room. So the siding color is a light gray, a medium gray that has some blue cast to it. The lighter color called half sea fog would be the corner boards and cornice color. And the darker green would be for front door or garage doors, or possibly a black because the windows and doors will be, at this point, are planned as ebony from Marvin Elevate windows, which is a black tone. So those are colors for you to consider. And then the last, actually there's 2 more. If you go to the very last drawing that was submitted, this one, all of our entry gates had lined up with the front of the house, which is at the requisite setback from zoning. But we actually think those gates are best pulled back towards the back of the front portion of the building. And in this case, it coincidentally aligns with the downhill neighbor's porch so that there's no projection of that retaining wall in front of their house. There'd be gates that would swing out and a human door that would swing in, but they would look pretty much like a solid paneled fence, if you can go back to the elevation. Thank you very much. So they would appear to be just solid doors, but they will have recessed flat panels, much like the garage doors that are spec'd beyond. Okay? Thank you.
Are there any questions from the public? And bear in mind, we'll have comments in a couple of minutes. Mm-hmm. Yes, please. I know you've been here before, but if you could state your name and your address.
Sarah Johnson, 500 Park Plaza. My question is not germane to the exact details of that presentation. I simply wanted the architect for the applicant to clarify how much the house has been lowered in height.
Sure. Sorry, make you get up and down, up and down.
No, it's quite all right. I left my pen up here anyway. We've lowered the overall house form by 2 feet. We've lowered the ground floor to 1 foot, so everything related to the downhill's neighbor is 1 foot lower, all the floors lowered. The second floor ceiling line came down, and cornice was adjusted so that it's a full 2 feet shorter than it was before.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the public? And if you're online, please raise your hand or press *9. No? Okay. Questions from the board? Breck, do you want to go first? That'd be easier if you have any
Sure.
questions.
Could you clarify how tall the paneled gate to the parking court? How tall is that proposed?
Yes, please.
Okay. I heard you.
Or we can make a list and you can two all at once,
Wanna
so
do
that would be
that?
better. That's fine.
Okay, I heard him say gates, but I didn't hear his question, so.
Sorry,
yeah,
how tall is the gates to the parking court?
6 feet?
6 feet. There we go.
And I guess my only other question is, you described the solid panels on the porches as etched solid panel. I assume you mean this is a wood product or a wood,
Like a composite panel,
built up.
MDF, and it'll have a recessed groove describing that oval shape, but not penetrating all the way through to the back. So it's just really going to be seen in relief. In fact, I think
Okay,
in the dark
thank you.
color, it's going to be hard to see at all, but,
Ms. Smith, you may as well just
Okay.
just in case.
okay.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Just one from me. You talked about lowering the house to 2 feet, just in comparison to what we looked at last time. I'm assuming that's I don't have the compare and contrast right in front of me. You're proposing the image that the drawing that you put in front of us?
Yes, it is that, if not an inch or two shorter by the time we settled with stud lengths and things.
I have a question on color. The board here shows black, but your rendering was sort of a bronze. Are you definitely,
The windows are planned to be black.
Okay.
The bronze was showing up in the gutters. We just want to make sure we can get pre-finished half rounds and round downspouts in black as well.
so if you can, they would be black?
Much prefer that, yes.
Other questions?
Yeah, sorry, you've got possibly doors with the dark green and then doors and windows with the ebony. The gates for the parking court would be which, or?
I believe what we had originally had was that the fence or the gate would be a dark green perimeter with the siding color inner panel, but we could make them all dark green if that's, if you want it to be more monochromatic. We want to tie them into the house color if we can.
Gotcha.
But the garage doors would be all solid, just black or dark green.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any comments from the public? We'll start with the public that's in the room. All right.
Hi there. My name is Roxanne White. My husband David and I live at 505 Park Plaza. We are named the Downhill Neighbors. So I've got 3 points I'd like to make tonight. The first one is I want to kind of revisit the bar's decision that allows the driveway in the front of the property. We understand that the bar has to adhere to your guidelines, that even though we feel the size of the house, the height is still larger than the rest of the neighborhood, that you have guidelines, the 200% that allows the building to be built the way it is. So we accept that that approval is based on these guidelines. What we don't understand, and that is why there's a very explicit bar guideline that states that a front driveway should not be allowed if there's parking available in the rear, and that this guideline is not being followed. Even though parking is available on the rear of this property, the bar has been silent about allowing a front driveway plus 2 garages. So the question is, why doesn't this guideline not apply in the same way that the height and the footprint guidelines are used to drive the mass and the height decisions? When rear alleyways and easements are used throughout the city, to provide parking access, why is this option not applied to this property that actually has a rear easement already available? And why doesn't the driveway guideline apply to this property? It doesn't feel like it's an equitable application of the guidelines. A second point is that we are requesting that a permanent green hedge be planted to screen the property from our porch living spaces. The driveway and the parking court are right on the edge of our property. In fact, the proposed brick retaining wall, and I'm not sure what the size of that is, couldn't see that on the drawings, but that wall is right on the property line, which is less than 5 feet from the edge of our porch. The owner's plan is to take down the current hedge, which will remove the only sight and the sound barrier we have between our outdoor living space and their retaining wall, parking court, and garages. So what we're asking for is that the old hedge, which is going to be replaced, that it be replaced with some type of a substantial living green hedge to provide a visible and auditory screening for us. Our property does not have enough space to plant screening between the property line and our covered porch. So we're asking that the owners plant that green barrier on their property. And when we look, we based on the mass proximity of their whole structures next door with the garages, the porches, and the ADU in the back, we actually request that the owners screen these buildings with a permanent green hedge along the length of the property. The third issue is that we just request that the bar require that the street trees be planted in front of the house as a condition of approval. That's been discussed before, but it was not presented back in any new drawings. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
I'm Sarah Johnson, 500 Park Plaza owner. I just wanted to associate myself with Mrs. White's comments about the driveway and the bar guideline on the availability of parking access in the rear. You know, this is the third meeting in which we've raised this issue, and I think the disregard of that guideline is clear. It was not tested, tried, examined. It was just rejected out of hand. The second thing I wanted to bring up was the color. The whites also had a problem with the color that's been proposed here. It might be medium gray, but the blue cast is very pronounced, and I think it's really going to read very blue. In my written comments, I described the colors of the 7 residential buildings that surround the subject property, and I just don't see the fit. I don't see how they're complementary or in sync with the current context. I think this blue color is intrusive, and I wish you would reconsider it to be more gray, less blue. Thank you.
And if our public online has a comment, please raise your hand or press *9. Nope. Okay, no one else from the in-person audience? All right.
My name is Mary McKinley. I've lived over 40 years at 510 Park Plaza, so I'm just 2 doors down from Sarah and diagonally across the street from the proposed property and from Roxanne and David White. And I just want to add my word of support to the objections that they've raised, both the driveway, the proposed barrier that will allow some privacy to the Whites' outdoor living space, and I'm also concerned about the color that seems to be a more brighter blue and doesn't really fit in with anything else in the neighborhood. So I'm just seconding the remarks made by Sarah Johnson and David and Roxanne White. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, unless there's anyone else who wants to talk, we'll move on to comments from the board. Breck, if you don't mind, I'm going to start with you again if you have anything.
You're going to put me on the spot each time, huh?
You can ask me
Yeah.
to, I mean, you can request to wait. That's fine. I just
That's
figured it was
fine.
easier.
That's the price for not being there in person,
Yep.
I guess.
Could you turn up the volume? We can't hear.
Can you guys hear me okay?
No.
Remy, is that
I don't know
you,
if
or is
that's-
that something Breck needs to do? He's got it.
You got it? Is that better?
Oh.
How's that
He's working
buffer
on it.
volume?
Maybe just speak loudly for now, Breck, if you can.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. Thank you, everyone. I have a few comments. One is I think that I still have reservations about the driveway access on this project. And to be clear, nothing has been approved on this project. We have had discussions, and we have hopefully guided the architect, taken our guidelines and comments from the public into consideration. I still do feel that the access from the street is not in keeping with the district. That being said, I also acknowledge that the architect is doing a number of things to try to mitigate a very unusual kind of situation. So I am continue to weigh that balance of those things for an unusual site. With those things being said, I believe that moving the gate back from the street is a positive development. I do not think that 6 foot tall gate is appropriate or even allowable in our guidelines. I would think that this tends to fall under the realm of a front yard fence, and so I think a reasonable limitation on that height would be 4 feet, and I think it still would provide the kind of screening that might be necessary. And so an opaque fence in that regard might be a good thing. As to the design decisions or the porch options, I feel that either the deeper entablature or the deeper entablature with the hipped roof are more successful. The very first one feels a bit thin to me and is a bit of an afterthought. And I have concerns with the etched panel as a long-term design solution. It feels like it's going to have significant weathering and material challenges for the kind of exposure both to light and moisture that it's going to receive. So I'm not certain that I'm not convinced by the strategy of having an etched solid panel in that location. I'd also note just that the lower retaining wall is almost certainly going to require a guardrail given the height above existing grade. And presumably a metal rail might be a good solution there. And so that's something I feel like should be thought of at the same time as some of these porch details. And the landscape plan is not shown here or the subject of the conversation, I do agree with the comments from the public and previous comments from the BAR that finding some potential for larger canopy scaled trees would be both a benefit to this particular house, but to the neighborhood as a whole. So those are my comments.
Anyone else?
I guess, do we want to speak to her questions?
Yes, please.
My personal opinion, I actually like in terms of the porch, personally, I like the hip roof on the porch, and I like the railing. that one, basically, but that's just me. I think the roof line matching the roof line of the house makes sense. In terms of the color, I am curious if the actual color samples were shared with maybe the neighbors, because, you know, I did read the letters that were submitted, and I think, you know, they pointed out some neighboring AUDs where the blue was pretty bright, and I kind of just curious if, I don't know if the applicant's willing to share this, or?
We're welcome to show it to them, but I had not shared.
Okay. I'm just curious, because this doesn't look as bright blue as say the rendering makes it look, to my eye.
Thank you.
So, but I also agree and support the neighbor's assessment that kind of keeping it more on the gray side as opposed to the bright blue would be more appealing. I don't know, Carl, someone's asking to speak, so.
Let's get through some comments first, and then we can come back to you. Is that all right?
Okay, yeah, I just had a question.
Well, okay.
My question was, isn't the way the color reads a function of the size of the property?
I mean,
we're talking about siding the entire house except for above the foundation, and isn't that a factor in terms of the perception of color?
I mean, I think there's a lot of factors, light, also the way, you know, whether it's sunny or cloudy outside, all those different things are gonna factor into it.
Well, and I think
Our guideline made reference to size, the size of the structure being a factor in determining color. That's, I'm trying to understand.
I guess we can look at, but you guys do have the samples to look at now, which I think is the important thing.
Yeah.
Then-
In terms of the driveway access, I mean, I think it's unfortunate. I do think that there are neighboring houses that have driveway access off the streets. I guess does it matter which street it's off of? I don't know. So that's tricky. I do appreciate the applicant lowering the overall height of the house. I think that's something we've been trying to get through. So I think that's been helpful.
I'll go next since I'm sitting next to you. And I feel obliged to go through the questions, touching other issues as well. So with the porches, I think I'm in agreement with everybody else. I think 2, 3 is probably the way to go. The first one looks a little underdeveloped, so like the deeper entablature, I'm kind of up in the air as far as which one of the 2 and 3 is more appropriate. So that's number 1. Number 2, the colors don't offend me. I don't think they're outlandish. I don't think that they're out of, out of sort of the spectrum. But then again, I don't live on the street, so I don't have as a personal, I guess, attachment as some of the folks speaking tonight. I might propose that the owner architect take some of the comments and see if you can come up. I mean, this isn't a final, so when I do paint colors and selections, I'm always coming up with 2, 3 selections. Sometimes that helps me inform the original one that I've kind of fallen in love with. And so, if there's a willingness to bring some other another palette or an alternate or 2, I think that would help the conversation and also hopefully address some of the clients' concerns. And we may find that in comparing those colors to, for instance, the brick, which I think is really important, how red the brick is may depend or may inform the color of the blue that you choose. That might be a really helpful conversation to have for both you and the surrounding neighbors.
The driveway, I agree with the argument that the neighbors are making about, you only place the driveway in the front yard only when there's no access to the rear. I think in this particular case, in my mind, the argument has been that, for what the owner wants to do with the multiple car garage and access, it seems like this is apparently the only place that can happen on the site. I do think that a 6-foot high gate is a little out of character with the neighborhood. The neighborhood seems to be about transparency. It isn't a walled, gated kind of a place. So I think maybe there's some more thought that needs to be paid to the height and maybe even the permanence of the gate. Maybe it's a little bit more see-through than some of the images that were shown. I actually think that the idea of the idea that's come out of the neighborhood about having some sort of an additional hedge that's somehow planted next to the brick wall is a good idea. I think that I haven't seen pictures of what that brick wall is. I'm assuming it's solid, but I wonder if it has to be solid. We've seen brick walls that aren't completely solid, but provide the sort of privacy that's required. I wonder if there's a way to maintain some version of the hedge with the sort of permanence of a brick wall that you want, but also make that boundary in some way have a little filtering effect that allow light through and provide the neighbor next door with the same kind of or with a similar kind of light that comes in. I think it's like the paint colors. It's certainly, I think, worth the investigation for both the owner's side and the neighbor's side. That's all I have. Thank you.
You too? Sure. So I agree with a lot of what has been said, especially regarding the porch detailing. I think the entablature, the heavier entablature and the low hipped roof are more in keeping with the detailing that you would see in this neighborhood. I have some concerns with the solid panels, and especially with the etched circles and ovals. That seems like it feels like a metal rail or some sort of open rail will feel lighter and nicer in this application. I'm coming a little bit late into this conversation. I know you've all talked about driveway access. I think more could be done to screen the driveway between the neighbors. And I think David was sort of alluding to that there could be a more kind of lattice or architectural plus landscape screen there. I also don't find the colors to be that strong. I did when I saw the rendering, but what I'm seeing today, you might be able to take the value down a little bit, but I don't think the hue is anything outlandish at all. That's all I've got.
In regards to the roof of the porch, I think my favorite would be the hipped roof. I don't really have a problem with some of the other choices, but I would agree that the hip is most fitting in with the rest of the house design. And agree with the statement about the railing being something that has some transparency to it. The metal railing, I think, would be a lot nicer than the solid panel that I think would feel pretty heavy out on the front face of the house. And looking at the gate wall, I appreciate the move to recess it further back on the site, but do agree that the height does seem to be too tall. And I'm looking at the front elevation, and I know that the wall along the sidewalk is much further towards the street in plan, but it seems like you can draw a line from that wall in elevation, and that you're getting at that 4-foot line. So it might be something that you could carry as the sidewalk wall turns towards the house and then towards the gate. I'd also agree that I think the gate as solid panels seems like something that could be looked at as a transparent metal railing in language with the railing on the porch. I also agree with the statements of plantings that we've seen previously out at the sidewalk, and also a screen between this house and the neighboring house on the driveway side would, I think, help screen the house a lot, and be a welcome piece to the design. In regards to the driveway itself, I think the applicant did a good job of showing examples in the neighborhood, in the design district, that have driveways, and feel that it's not totally out of character to have the driveway on this design. And then in regards to the colors, I would kind of echo what a lot of the board members are saying, in that the rendering felt very blue, but the paint colors submitted do feel more muted and don't feel out of place.
Right. I mean, this is a residence, so I know when I review these, I tend to I like to leave a lot of latitude to the designer, because it is a residence. I have my preferences for the porch, but I know you guys are trying to go for something a little more contemporary and streamlined, so I would not deny any of the options that you presented. So if your client prefers one over the other, I'd be willing to accept that. I do, I recognize some of the comments that have been made about the solid panels on the porch, and do wonder about that. But again, if that's your preference, personally, I would leave it as I wouldn't. It would not be cause for denial for me. Color, I have absolutely no problem with the color you've presented. The driveway, you have a topographical challenge. You do have the ability to park, one parking space in the back, but it's if you want to have more than one parking space, yes, you will have to use the front, and I think that is what you're doing is you're attempting to conceal the parking with the gate and the high brick wall around it. And we do have precedent for parking courts in people's front yards. Having a garage in the front yard is a big no-no, but you are working very hard to conceal that. I don't have a concern with the 6-foot high wall and fence. It's behind the front facade of the building. You've set it back, I think you said 6 feet behind the front facade of the building. We tend to allow 6-foot tall privacy fences as long as they are set behind the front facade of the building. So I see no problem with the guidelines with your gate and wall as you've presented it. In fact, I think it does a lot to conceal the fact that there is a parking court back there. I recognize the neighbors' concerns about losing the hedge and having that green wall there that's going to be gone. But if you were to put a privacy fence right against the wall, we'd have to approve it generally. So I don't think we can make you put a hedge there. At least I personally don't think we can do that. If you can find a way to soften it or green it up somehow, that would be fantastic. But I'll let you're the designer, if you can, and your client's gonna have to live next door to their neighbors. So if you can come up with a solution, that would be great. The comment about the pierced brick sounds great until I start thinking about headlights. So I don't know if that's, I don't know if the neighbors want to have headlights shining into their porch if you start putting holes in the brick. Anyway, sorry to, it was a great idea. That was my first thought was headlights are going straight into their house. Let's see, what else was I seeing? Yeah, I think I got your questions. So, yeah, that's it for me. Any follow-up comments, or do you have any questions for us?
I do.
Yeah, why don't you ask us some questions, and maybe we can, if we have more to say, we'll.
Okay. Is this my 3 minutes, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Sort of. Let's see. One drawing, I'll take this one back, but I just wanted to show you that people have been talking about this giant parking court and the number of vehicles that could be stacked there. And I'm just going to, one's at a larger scale, so I'm just, since you guys are split, I'll just pass this around. But this shows you the scale of the parking court with a normal, well, a large sedan.
Yep, I have a
This
feeling.
is not an,
Thank you.
oversized feature, but.
I know that's gonna be fun to get out of
It
it.
just helps put it in. I think that helps put it in perspective. It's going to be a tight radius to get a vehicle into the side yard court. The reason that the doors of the garage are recessed another 8 feet back. So that's why that other part is colored lightly, because the base of the building is out where that car is. The next thing is we have an option, not preferred, because there has been discussion of shielding the courtyard, which we could do with just a privacy fence that could have a gate that could open up and you could drive in if you wanted to bring in a load of mulch or whatever. But we think the piers and the gates actually give some formality to it rather than just a fence. But we do have another option. So thank you for tolerating the, sort of few questions we asked. We actually met with our landscape architect today and came up with some solutions for plantings. I do think, I don't want to offend anybody, and I have to be polite, but if you don't have room on your own land to do screening, it is not appropriate to ask your neighbor or force your neighbor to provide screening for you. That's just the way it is. We have made offers and met with the downhill neighbor and have suggested some opportunities and haven't really progressed very far in that discussion. So we've gone ahead and designed what we think is appropriate there, and you will see that in the final. The brick wall, to clarify, that's on the right of the brick piers for the driveway is on the downhill side, 3'11" and 7/8". So it's at 4 feet, which is this height. It is 1 foot above the parking court. So there are no opportunities for pierced brick. We will be putting on top of that a 2-foot metal railing, and we have plantings planned to train across that to provide screening. But note that that will only take it to 6 feet. Jeff, can you go back to the site plan with the gates? I guess that's the last drawing. If you notice where the words begin in the middle, the next door neighbors have a 6'10" fence, which we are going to be showing you in our side elevations when we submit them for final. So with our 4-foot wall and our 2-foot railing, we are still not going to be at the height of their fence, which covers 19 or 20 feet of their porch. They have 17 feet exposed of their porch, of which we will be planting pretty significant shrubbery, except for the little bit of the courtyard, which will allow for that. We're planting at either end of the courtyard and letting it train fully across that. So there will be a 2-foot tall green wall, but it's not really appropriate in my mind to say that we must provide the screening if someone else doesn't have the room for it on their own land. So we are going to be providing the full landscape things, and I appreciate that. Street trees will also be coming back, but there is an overhead line that goes right through the sidewalk. That's what that dark line is. So the amount of space that is allowed for a street tree is barely going to be on the left corner at the old Hedge Street. We have one, it's not a giant tree, because if I drew on there a 40-foot canopy of an oak tree, a quarter of the house would be covered. So we'll show that to you to explain why a large street tree is not going to fit on this property. But we are going to have some nice trees planned for this. Let's see. I think, Brent, somebody talked about needing a guardrail, and I don't know which retaining wall they were talking about. Were they talking about the one for the courtyard, the parking court, or were you talking about the front?
No, in the front, because of the elevation that you showed with at least 6 or 7 to 8 risers behind it. If you're above 30 inches above adjacent ground, you will be required to have a guardrail.
Are you
there.
talking about the wall at the sidewalk?
At the street.
Yes. So it's been our experience that if there is a significant planting bed between that and the edge, and we can show you dozens of examples in the city, they will not.
That's fine. It's not our issue to enforce the requirement of a guardrail. I would just I'm just anticipating that you might be required to have one there.
Right. We appreciate that. There won't actually be lawn. There will be just shrubbery. So you'll have to work hard to get to that edge.
And sometimes that works. As a landscape architect, I can tell you sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
Right. Right.
Depends on who's allowing it.
Exactly. Let's see. Thank you for the comments on the roofs and the railings. I think one of you had concerns about the weathering of it. You know, if we use AZEK panels, they are going to hold paint very well and not rot and decay. So there will be some detailing done for those railings. We're definitely going to go solid on the side, because I think that's just a nice privacy thing to have, 3-foot railings. And on the front, we'll discuss with the client whether they need to be open railing or closed on that upper porch. And we're all in concurrence with moving that gate back. I think that just makes a big difference. And that immediately puts all that parking, it's not in the front yard, it's actually behind the house. So at this point, it just happens to be, there's another piece of the house behind that. So I feel pretty good about that being not in the front yard.
I have a question about the doors, the 2 doors, one on top of each other.
Yes.
Is that style been selected yet? I'm looking at a rendering.
Yes.
And in the rendering, the second story door is mostly glass.
That's probably from the 3D, the old 3D. Yeah. So it's the current hardline elevations are what are ruling, and the client has seen a lot of these porthole doors that sort of go along with some of the styling inside and some things that he's trying to do outside. So there'll be that's the style that we're going to be going through, and we can show you some pictures of those. A little unusual, but I think it's going to be somewhat fun, and we'll see where that goes. Is that it?
Yeah, thank you. Any last minute comments from the board, or did you feel? Well,
good.
Nope. So, and Ms. Smith, you feel okay to move on to next month?
I think we're ready to bring the final choices for you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I apologize.
I just wondered if we could ask a question.
Quickly, please.
I just wanted to know the height of the retaining brick wall on the property line.
I described that as 3'11" and 7/8 from the ground to 4 feet on your side, 4 foot on the parking court side.
So
with
for
a
the
2-foot railing, because we do have to have that so you don't fall off.
So for the public that's listening in, if there is anyone listening in, the question was the height of the retaining wall on the parking court, and it's about 4 feet with a 2-foot metal railing on top from the downhill neighbor side.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
We need to request a deferral?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Breck.
Thank you.
This is why I'm not chair anymore.
I'd like to request a deferral.
I'll move to approve the deferral. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that's everyone.
Thank you, Brett.
Yeah, that was important. All right, finding our next item. Somewhere in here. Our next item tonight is 507 Ridge Street.
Okay,
It is a
so-
demolition request.
So this is a, this is 507 Ridge Street. It is in the Ridge Street ADC district. Both the house and the cottage at the rear are contributing structures. That's why the demolition of the cottage is before you. This is known as the Giannini Bailey House. It was built, it looks to be around 1895. Has kind of an interesting, Mr. Giannini built it and then appears to have sold it in 2 years, and then 5 years later moved back in, and then a few years later was out again. So it's doing some tracking of who was there and when. It's quite a lot of people. So, and this is a request from the property owners to, and I'll scroll down, there is in the backyard, it's identified as a servant's cottage. I've gone extensively through the census and other information, and I cannot at any point identify anyone at that residence that was listed as a servant. Now, that may have happened during between census years. I think if anyone, I know that the Gianninis employed someone when they lived in a house in 1910 down on Market Street. So it's possible that this was constructed with that individual living there. As I think I've shared with you on the Sanborn maps, pretty sure it's moved at least once, possibly twice. So while referring to it as a servant's cottage, I think it's probably traditionally served as a shed. We, myself, Molly, and Mr. Zemer went out to the site, walked around, and spent some time with the owners, spent some time in the house, which is a beautiful house. And the situation's such that, and I think I've expressed it in the staff report, it's not in terrible shape, but it's not, it definitely needs some TLC. My recommendation would be, if unless the BAR considers the request, preference would be to find another home for it. I know that the Lauders have a plan for something else here, or something in their backyard, possibly, to even relocate on the property, at least to give it a stay of execution, if that would help. But I think this is a difficult one, because reading the guidelines very clearly would not support a demolition recommendation. But I think, and I didn't mean to sound too lawyerly in my staff report, but sort of laying out what the options are for the city, and so that everybody understands what the options are. The BAR can approve the request, in which case it's allowed for demolition, or even offer direction on allowing it to be relocated elsewhere. The BAR can deny that request, at which case that is appealable to City Council by the owner. In circumstances of an appeal related to demolition, there is a process by which, and I laid it out in here, and I haven't had to deal with the demolition at that, far into the game, so I'm speaking more from reading the ordinance and not having gone through it, but there would be a process by which the property or the building could be offered at a market rate, and I believe it's something by the code, because of the cost or the valuation of this would be a couple of months. if no one offered to purchase it, then the demolition would be allowed. So and I offer that because the solution, the help trying to find a solution is probably the best option to saving this structure, because I guess getting into a disagreement about it, I fear that the building is then going to be what loses. So, and then the last thing I'll offer is that you all have an option. You do not have to take action tonight. VAR can defer something once. An applicant can certainly defer if they wish. If you all defer it, then it would come back. A decision would have to be made at the December 20 meeting. But if that was necessary in my recommendation to sort of pursue or discuss some options, maybe that would allow that conversation to happen. So, as I said, I think I've shared the photographs. Well, it's in the report, and then I know Mr. Lauder and his wife are here tonight to I believe present their side, and you all here to listen. So, with that, Clayton, yeah, it's all yours.
It's actually Clayton.
And I can flick through or not, whatever you want to do. All right.
Evening, everybody. It's actually Clayton, not Clayton.
I know,
No problem. Hey, no, all the time. So thanks for allowing me to come and address you this evening. Couple things I want to point forward. By background, we love the shed. It's cute, but it's a question of value tonight. I've got an 81-year-old father-in-law with limited resources living in a assisted living facility in Sandusky, Ohio. He's got maybe enough money for 18 months at $8,000 a month to live in that facility. His daughter, my wife, and her sister all are in Virginia. One's in Washington, D.C., my sister-in-law, and my wife and I are here. No other family under 80 years old is nearby him, right? As I said, limited resources, and it's little things like his driver's license expired. There's no one there to help him get an ID, right? Except for the facility owners who are, and I don't know what your opinions are on assisted facility living situations, but they want every last dime you have, and that's what we're facing. It's a 9-hour drive to Ohio that we have to pay at personal expense and time away from her children, our 3 special needs kids, 2 autistic and 1 type 1 diabetic, in order to facilitate her seeing her father. So that's one value. The second value is this shed. I know your report, and I've read it, and it's unremarkable. It says it in the report, right? The windows are busted out. There's nothing but plywood on the floor. Birds and a groundhog live in it. The chimney's fallen down. It leaks. It's been a great place for the last 13 years to keep my table saw, but it's not intended for any living. Were it a historic brick cottage, I would completely support renovating it. One of the reasons we bought the home, and as Jeff said, it's in such good condition, is we care. I've been before you once already to get gutters because the roof was falling down. We put solar panels in our backyard because we care about the environment and our footprint. There are other things of value than simply maintaining a structure because it once stood, right? So it's really a question of value. It's a question of value of the quality of life for my father-in-law and his remaining days, and how we can afford to keep him happy and well and engaged in life when his family is 9 hours away and he sits in his chair all day long. That's all he does. Think about your family, your dad, your mom, your grandparents. Is that more important or less important than this? I appreciate you all want to protect and value the history of this town. I do too, which is why we bought the house, which is why I spent thousands of hours ensuring that house is a good house, is a beautiful home. But I don't think that this shack, which I do like, is more important than my father-in-law. So we've got to find a way forward. If we have to defer to December 20th, we will for a little while, but his funds are running out. I don't know, any of you guys got $8K a month just lying around? So I know he doesn't. Social Security is only $1,200 a month. We can extend, if he were to, and he's in great health, he may live another 10 years. And if that's the case, we, with an accessory building that we want to put there so that we can use the electrical and the water from the home, within code, tastefully done, I'm happy to even, if need be, get approval from a design from you all. But his life matters. The value of his life matters more than this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Are there any, we have public. Are you public or are you an applicant? You're an applicant, okay. Do we have any questions from the one online public? Please press *9 or raise your hand. Nope. Okay, questions from the BAR. Breck, you want to go first again?
I don't have any questions for the applicant. I guess I have questions for Jeff. You stated that, you haven't found evidence of this being I guess, having a resident from the census, but we have multiple documents that suggest that this was one of the last servants' quarters in this part of the city, and it has a chimney in the structure, which is not usual for an exterior structure. I just don't know what other. Seems pretty clearly that there was somebody spending significant time here, and we don't have much evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I looked for, there's a lot of information in census, also in city directories. And you can kind of piece things together and then try to, see what if there's a gap, is there something on either end that suggests someone at this house? I think it's very possible. I think it would have been during the period that Mr. Giannini and his family were there, I think from 1897. I don't have my dates in front of me. I think the reconstruction of what I saw is it does not look like this building's been there a long, long time. And it's possible. I was thinking about if this were in my yard, I would have that there as something to, warm the shop. That was my first thought. I just did not, it does not appear to me to be in an original location. That said, there's no denying this is something probably from 1895. If it's associated with Mr. Giannini, it either occurred in that 1895 or I think then in 1901. It definitely dates to the house. I think it's unique. I have gone through every survey of the Ridge Street Historic District. I can't find another cottage or servants' quarters. I find kitchens and things like that. So in some ways, they could say this is the only one I'm aware of. So, but they said in the context of its setting and in its association with someone there, I can't put someone there. It becomes more or less a shed that dates to the house.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant. I was a little confused. You're asking to take this down in order to build something else there?
Yes, an accessory dwelling unit, a home for him,
Got it.
right? So
That's
that we
what
can,
I
yeah, so that
thought,
we.
but I just wanted to
Yeah,
double
no, sir. I'm sorry for the lack of clarity. So that we can have adjacent access for him, but he's not necessarily in the home. So that there's a problem
we can be there and we can get Meals for Wheels and we can, you know, build something that adds value to the end of his life. And then should one of our children fail to launch, as so is common these days, that would be appropriate as well, depending on him. But it's really, you know, we have a great deal of land, and some of it which is not, you know, in the historic area, but it doesn't make any sense from a utility standpoint. You know, we're limited funds. He's got maybe $125,000, maybe $150,000, depending on the market. That's not going to last very long at $8,000 a month assisted facility. Pardon.
And one follow-up.
Yes, sir.
And you have looked at moving this on your property?
No, we have not looked at it. These are the experts. If I tried to put a forklift under there and move it, I know it's going to fall apart. And I've moved a number of buildings with forklifts. But again, I'm no expert. You know, I don't find it remarkable. I think some of the wood in it is heart pine. It's beautiful. It could be milled and added. I think Jeff indicated in his report that we would incorporate what was appropriate in the new dwelling, because it matters to us aesthetically to match the current home and make it look nice. But from a functional standpoint, the building's falling down. The footers are falling down. It's rotten on the back, if you want to go to the former picture. I've got termites in there. I've got, you know, so I will tell you that we do not have the resources to provide the quote-unquote TLC that you mentioned. And we don't intend to, because it is not utilitarian enough to use for anything other than storage of materials, or, you know, that's really it. Yes, sir.
So have you looked at, is one of the reasons why you're demolishing it because you just don't have enough space? Have you looked at a scenario where you might leave it and then build around it?
No, we have not looked at that, because right underneath that is a sanitary line, right? It makes the most sense, and we don't want to eat up our entire backyard without buildings. We kind of want to enjoy the space, right? It's a beautiful area. So putting another building next to it and retaining that, aesthetically, no, we have not considered that. We have considered down further on the property doing that, but that's cost prohibitive. I've got to run additional electrical. It's going to have its own service. At this point, it is feasible to trench from its location into our basement and run electrical and run water. Then I'm all on 1 meter, and I meet the city's guidelines for an ADU. So the notion of, again, we're a constrained family resource, right? I mean, I'm sure you have applicants coming in here who money is not an object. We are not one of them, right? So doing it for its own sake adds no value in our world. I'm sorry, did that answer your question, sir? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Other questions? All right. Comments from the public. Person who's calling in, if you want to press *9 if you have any comments. Nope. Okay. Comments from the board. Again, if you want to go first, Breck, otherwise we can start. Someone else can start. Up to you.
Sure. I'll go real quick.
Okay.
I do think this is a remarkable structure. I think it's pretty unique in from what we've seen, what we reviewed, the history that's been given. It is tells a pretty interesting story about the house, the neighborhood, and the development of the city. You know, we are set up as a board to follow our guidelines, which for all of the personal stories and realities that I know are very present for the applicant, that is not part of our mandate and review process. So just as we don't evaluate what is happening within the walls of this structure, we are looking to protect the historic fabric and character of our community where we can. That being said, it's not to say that those things are any less real. It's just that we're not the body to evaluate those other circumstances. That would be city council. So I feel it's pretty, in my mind, it's very straightforward that this is a structure that we want to try to protect and retain. I think it adds to the property and adds to our community. And I'm interested in ways that we can do that. Certainly would be preferred to protect it in place, secondarily to protect it on the property, and thirdly to protect it in some other fashion. But certainly, I think it does. I do find it to be an intriguing and interesting, even in its smallness, an important part of our city's history. Thanks.
James, I'm just going to go around the room.
Sure. I think Breck put it very well. You know, our purview is this is a contributing structure in the historic district, and it's our duty to protect it. I appreciate the applicant's personal situation. I think it makes it difficult, but I think our purview again is just to protect the contributing structures. And I think that I did visit the site. I looked at the building. You know, it's certainly in rough shape, but I've seen worse. I think, in particular, looking under the building, there's a number of pressure-treated floor joists, so it's seen some care at some point. You know, there are some pretty easy ways to help mitigate some of the termite damage. You know, there's a lot of mulch piled up around the building itself that can be raked back just from a preservation standpoint. I also, you know, in a way to try and, meet the applicant's goals, I agree with Breck that possibly relocation on the property would be an acceptable solution. There's considerable room further down the hill. I know there's solar panels further down the hill, but maybe even further down. I don't know. That would sort of be choice. Breck laid it out perfectly. You know, choice one is preserve it in situ and repair it. Choice two is relocate on the property, and choice three, I'd say relocate within the district, maybe, as opposed to just somewhere else completely out of context. And our guidelines really discourage demolishing a building. So I just don't feel like we could do that in good conscience and in following our guidelines.
David?
Well, first of all, I just want to tell you that I sympathize with your situation. I have a mother that's 93, and fortunately she lives alone, independently still, but I still go over there once a day, so I understand.
She's in town?
She's in town, yeah. We moved her here before, Code Red, so I understand, what you're going through. I do agree with my colleagues in that even if you don't see that thing as a remarkable structure, you might consider seeing it in a different way, in that it's remarkable for sort of the more overall what it kind of gives us as a little piece of the overall puzzle of our historic district. And I'm I live in an old house. There's a certain weight that you carry, when you bring these, when you're sort of in these things, and we all have to make our own decisions about that, from a personal standpoint. Do we keep these windows that are drafty and they're single pane, and it's a bit of a burden, honestly. But on the other side, when you look at those photographs, just that one photograph alone, where you have the cottage in front of the old house, to me that adds quite a bit of value to your property. There's a wonderful sort of connection of the smaller little house with the larger house in your yard. It seems to have a kind of a sort of a symbiosis relationship, at least in the photo that I was looking at. But that, again, I think we're talking about biases here, but what we're really here for is upholding the guidelines. And so, how do we do that? I don't know if, I'm looking at your site plan, and I do see that I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the rear of the yard. I haven't been out to the property. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, given the fact that the original location of the cottage was further back. I sort of like the idea of restoring it to its original location if it has to be moved. It does seem like there's not a good amount of space to work around back there, and I understand the proximity issue as far as cost goes. So that, I don't know, that seems like a viable option to me. It might be again a value added thing where you might sort of develop some of the rest of the property further back to sort of extend that backyard. This is me coming at it from a perspective of understanding the pressures that you feel, but also wishing that there was a way to sort of view this thing for what it is, which is a little piece of a much bigger history lesson. And I think somewhere in the report, there are some lines about, every little bit you chip away, you lose something. So when you take those single pane windows out of your 100-year-old house, you take a little something away from it. And so our job here is to recognize these the big things obviously are easy. The little things are harder because we sympathize with the kind of positions that people are in economically, socially, and everything. And we don't want to be a burden in that way, but we are here to protect that fabric. We're here to protect those stories so that we can keep this place as special as we know it is. So those are my thoughts on it.
Tyler?
I think I'm in agreement with a lot of the statements that the board has made, and don't think I really have anything else to contribute beyond what has already been said. Would encourage the applicant to try to find a way to relocate it on the site. I do understand the applicant's desire to build and all the reasons set forth for trying to build an ADU in this location. I guess my question for Jeff has been that we've mentioned the possibility of finding another home for it and what that venue would look like for finding another location.
I don't think he heard you. James, you just interrupted a question to Jeff.
I'm so sorry.
We had somebody that's trying to get in the locked door.
Oh, no.
There, so it's hard to interrupt.
Well, that's a good thing to know.
Apologies.
Time out?
No, sorry. Take it back. So Clay sent me a note the other day, asked about, in the staff report, a C and a D, so there's, for whatever reason, there's two lists for demolitions. And in the second list, it really just referred back to the first list. And he said, well, where are C and D? And I said, well, and I just realized they aren't,
Yeah, you didn't post that to the public. They were in the.
They weren't there. So now they're answered, but I guess my suggestion is this, just because if this does get into a situation where there's an appeal, well, let's do the right steps. So these, and I was like, it's been on my list, Clay, to say, what? No, I know what I was, and
I've got what you sent me, and
yeah.
those comments are not in this report.
Yeah, so it's always where I figured it was just, Word had just changed the lettering. So there, those were the three things. And so so as far as, me being in fairness to the applicant, I just wanted to point that out. Again, the overall condition, integrity, I think I stated it, I've shared that. We know that it was not an engineering report. Whether and to what extent the, means, methods for moving, removing, it is to be demolished, clearly. So, and so I don't see anything left out of the discussion, but it is absent in the staff report. So I'll say that. So, and you asked about moving moving it to, it could be moved. Sorry, that's cut and paste from our guidelines, and we need to fix the spelling. Moving it to a site that is not within the district, I don't know what it would take to establish it as a contributing structure. I don't know that step. I know we've talked about, we've moved entire houses in this city without, them losing their designation. I know the one, that one behind the church. Not the one behind, in front of Wertenbacher, where like 20 years ago they moved that house. And then I know that there was a discussion of relocating the house on Preston Place. So it's been discussed. The mechanism by which it would be protected, I don't know. It would be, but it would, that's the piece to kind of try and figure out, if that's the opportunity. And in my conversation with Clayton, I said all the questions to him that you all had. It's like, well, what about rolling it down the hill? What about, and he said, all right, then I cost to move it down the hill, then I got to maintain it when it's down the hill. So that's where I'm not trying to make a judgment on it. I'm saying is that what's best for the structure. And that's where in the zoning ordinance, yes, you can, if someone knocks this down, if they knocked it down without BAR approval, there's a fine. I talked to the city assessor, and they have a valuation of this at $2,700. It would be the maximum the city could fine someone for such a demolition would be, not more than 2 times that value. So there's one number. We could, if the building fell into disrepair, the city does have the means by which, contributing structure in a historic district, if it's not maintained, et cetera, there's some, I'm not entirely clear on, as you see in here, it says, I think it's $200 or $500 and an X amount for every additional incident. It's sort of saying, all right, well, what does that mean? And I know that there's a threshold, at least, at which it won't go any further. So there are ways we could compel this owner to not let something happen. But in my conversations with them, they really don't want to put the expense into moving it, then what's necessary to, the roof is in bad shape. The bottom, in a sense, if it doesn't shed water. And there's a cost associated with that, and that's my concern is that these other avenues might lead to the building's loss. Is there a way to find a solution? That said, taking everything off the table of how we, feel about this, the BAR could very just cut and dry say, our job is to, evaluate these guidelines, and the remedy for that, and Clayton and I talked about this, the remedy for that is an appeal to council. So, and that's, I think that is an option, and that's what built into the ordinance, that city council then can consider those other things. So I think that's, I would say, I would recommend deferral, simply because if there's an appeal and a denial, there's been this omission. If you all feel like this omission is not significant, however it's spelled there, I don't think it is, but I think that the point is that it's available. So,
Roger, do you have any comments?
I mean, just what everyone else is pretty much saying, but I would add that to me, moving it on the property is just as good as keeping it where it is, because it looks to me like it has been moved more than once, possibly. And I think moving it away or selling it, you just take it out of context. It has very little value to me at that point. And I think our focus does have to be, you know, pretty narrow here. I mean, it's, you know, it may be that it's for others to consider other issues, but it's pretty cut and dry, I think. This is not only, you know, we're being told by the reports that it's significant and rare. So.
I feel like I'm always the argumentative one. I don't think I'm able to help your case much, but I think ultimately would support demolition for this, just through precedent. I know most of our board is very new, but I've seen quite a few demolition approvals where, you know, whole servants' quarters get chopped off the back of large houses. You know, something much more significant than this small building that we don't actually know if a servant actually lived in. I recognize the sense that it's rare in the neighborhood, but it's just out of precedent. You know, we've approved demolitions like this, much more significant demolitions than this in the past. You know, it's I think Jeff seems to be dodging this quite a lot, but I mean, it's coming down. No one's going to take it. It's coming down. Whether it comes down and we fine you for it, whether it, you know, you go through a council appeal and pay for the appeal. I mean, everything. It's it's coming down, and we're going to cost you money by delay. But that's, you know, as others have said, that's not our purview. But I guess what is our purview is the fact that, I mean, we've demolished much more significant structures in the past. But I don't think I'm helping you much. So, what might help you, we could defer this, we could prolong it, or we could just make a motion tonight and you could take that motion and do what you want with it, whether it's an appeal or, just put this to bed. So that's up to you. Would you like to defer it? And I guess the idea would be see if you can figure out someone to take the shed for you, or we can just make a motion tonight.
I'm more than happy to allow you folks to reconsider his comments. If you're intractable on that and you think that this, I mean, I would remind this group that not an eighth of a mile away is sited a hotel in the historic district, is cited condominiums in the historic district, that my wife and I and many in our community fought against in front of you and council about 8 years ago with tooth and nail. So that's okay, but my 10 by 12 shed is the holy grail of the neighborhood? I mean, come on, folks. And we're talking, I mean, and I appreciate you want to stay in your swim lane, and my father-in-law, 81, quality of life, not your problem. I get that. But let's talk precedents. Let's talk reality. It's coming down one way or another, or getting moved. If this council would like to fund its movement to somewhere on my property, write me a check. But if the expectation that me and my wife, with our limited resources, have to go find $10,000 to move this on our own nickel when it's coming down anyway, that's the question of value I pose. Historic value does have value. So does current value. This is current. This is now. Him being 81 is now. No one, I'm not going to be selling tickets to this little shed on my property. No one's gonna come want to see it. And if they did, they're gonna require my permission to walk onto my property. So I'm more than happy if y'all want to defer and consider it, that's fine. The clock's ticking on my father's quality of life, so I understand it's fine to keep your blinders on and stay within your mission statement. Why do you think I put solar panels on my property? Because it was free? I did it because I care about the environment in our world, in our town. Does it detract from the bucolic nature of my lawn? You're darn tootin'. Absolutely, but it's the right thing to do. Our world is much bigger than simply the ordinances under which you're operating. I'm fine if you defer until December 20th, but at that point in time, you know, and this is not anything other than my feelings. It is coming down, one way or another. Has to, because I gotta take care of my father.
I'm assuming no one's changing their minds, but just have to check.
Can we move for denial?
I think that would be the most helpful thing for the applicant, probably.
Okay.
All right, and then,
I mean, if you wanna try to find somebody else who wants to take it on their nickel, great.
One thing that I'm sort of wonder about is this idea of precedent. I'm new to the board. You know, what are the other examples where we have had similar or maybe even more significant
There
buildings?
have been a couple houses on Park Street that, large houses where someone took the entire back half of the house off, so they could put a new addition back there. And those back halves were inferior in the sense that, you know, they had lower ceilings and smaller rooms, presumably because they were servants' quarters. I can think of two examples. One is Chris Long's former house. The other one is, I can't remember the name of it, but it's Hard Bargain was the name, and it's way down Park Street, almost at the end of the district. We took down, on Virginia Avenue, there was the last three kind of working class little bungalow type houses on the street. Took down two of those, did keep one for an apartment building. Trying to think what else. I don't know, I mean,
Carl, I think those are, you know, they have some precedent value, but they're not quite like this. This is unusual in its age and its association with a house of this age. My recollection of some of those precedent is those were more recent additions, and in different series of conditions. I do think that there was a chance that if the applicant came to the board and demonstrated that there was, you know, no way that the ADU could be built and that required the demolition, that might change some minds. On the other hand, I mean, I think just given the information that we have, that preservation of the structure is from our guidelines the preferred you know, recommendation.
What is it that you mean the ADU required its demolition? What are you saying?
Well, for instance, we have had requests for demolitions in the past that were of modest, maybe in some ways similarly modest, you know, not significant structures, but historic nonetheless. But we have approved demolition along with a successful building that was going in its place. So we understood the necessity of removing the structure. That's one of our evaluation criteria. Right now, you know, without any other context, we don't have any way to evaluate whether the structure is required to come down.
I think what Breck's saying is that if we could see what the hardship is, if like we could see the design and understand, hey, there's a setback on this side, there's a setback on that side, so that leaves us with 20 feet to put our accessory unit. Then there's an example of where that hardship's coming from, as opposed to just saying, we've got to move it, we got to get it out of here because we've got this other apartment that we need to, or we've got another structure that we want to put in.
There's no other place for it to go on our property that is governed by you all. I mean, fundamentally, there's no other place for it to go. You can't put it in the front yard. That is the only place it can go based on setback. If you look at where that fence is, I've got to come 5 feet off that fence with current guidelines. I can go back, but then I have a parking area that is nothing but gravel. This, from a functional standpoint, it's right over the sewer line. I can get into the house. We can cost effectively put an ADU in its area that's, I mean, maybe, I don't know, 16 by 25 feet long, so a little bit larger than this, but not significantly. Match it in form and structure, hopefully, to what we have there currently, and add value. Again, the notion that, you know, someone's gonna pick up and buy it, I don't see it, but maybe, you know, you guys are the bar. Maybe you know someone who has that interest. For me to use my father-in-law's limited funds to, you know, pick it up, move it, and replace it, and then have to maintain it somewhere else on my property? Again, I'm sure you have very wealthy people come before you and have the funds and resources and means to do that every day. I am not one of them, right? So, you know, I think this is a logical value add thing. I appreciate, and I'm more than happy to allow, you know, Jeff and whomever else would like to document the process by which it comes down. I'm cool with that. Absolutely. Let's get pictures, let's get videotape, let's do whatever. But the notion that it's gonna sit in perpetuity, well-maintained by me and my family who don't plan on selling this house anytime soon, is, I wouldn't put money on it. So, you know, you guys gotta do what you gotta do. And I hope you do it in conscious understanding that you approved the hotel at the corner of my street. And you approved, I mean, I got a 9mm round in the front of my house. My kids saw the shooting across the street 18 months ago. So, you know, believe me, not many people are just walking up on my property. We live on Ridge Street, a little bit different than Park Street. So.
Understood. Well, so you have a choice. If you want to request a deferral, if you want us to defer it, we can do that, or we can vote. It sounds like it's going to be voted deny the demolition, but that would let you move on. So what would you prefer us to do?
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you saying this building could leave the property?
I think that's an option that some board members are
I
saying.
think precedent's there for, you know, we've allowed, you know, that evaluation of like the Windhurst, right? So.
Would you like a small one-bedroom dwelling?
There are people that will take it, and they're not gonna buy it, they'll take it for free and take it down and disassemble it if need be, or move it wholesale. Salvage Rights in Orange, or even Frank Joseph would probably take it.
I don't think that, I mean, I don't know if that meets their criteria with regard to preservation, but, I mean.
Well, that's why I asked if it has to stay with the property or not.
I would defer.
And that sounds like a reason to defer. Would you be all right with that? Give it a month and see if we can, well, who's going to investigate that?
It's not gonna be me. I'm more than happy to defer. Understanding that, you know, I know you don't want to consider the financial arrangement and the living, the quality of life issue of the father-in-law, because that is too hard for you.
Well, it's not that we don't want to, it's that we can't, actually. We're not, that's not part of we're volunteers that are governed by by statute. And that's just not a criteria that we can use as part of our evaluation.
And sir, I apologize, I'm actually gonna have to cut you off.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm
But
sorry.
no, it's all right, but I just wanna make sure that so you're okay with a deferral to investigate, but it sounds like the applicant is not gonna do the investigation. So, Jeff, is that something that staff is gonna do, or should we just end this,
You know-
put it out of its misery?
Well, let end it and put out its misery is assuming a denial. It then
I think
places the
it sounds like everyone's gonna vote denial except for myself, so I think
right.
it's.
So then that places some choices to Mr. Lauder to make.
Yes.
And I would assume the loss of the building. I cannot tell you sitting here right now what I could offer, what exactly I would do tomorrow, or if I would even do it tomorrow. But I know that if at least it's deferred, I mean, I know that you all don't have a proposal for a new ADU in the back, so something's not being constructed next Tuesday. So a deferral does not in any way, shape, or form cause any financial problem to anybody. I said, if we had before you all tonight a project to be approved to construct something new, then there would be, a little bit different sense of urgency here. So my feeling is it just maybe in a month I can think of something, and maybe I can't. But at least I know that a decision hasn't been made that's final for that structure. And I don't want to, speak for Clayton, but just in our conversations, it did seem like it was almost if someone is willing to take this or some way to, there's not opposition to that. Right. And so I just keep thinking, all right, well, what can we do that provides some certainty for this building? And I think that
There may be some benefit in it for the applicant as well, and that
Right.
if there's a deferral, there's maybe a chance that you don't have to pay the fine. There may find a different.
I'm fine with that, folks.
Okay.
And please don't misunderstand.
Yeah.
I'm emotional about it because I've seen the man, and I understand that no one comes to see him.
But
I'm a former Marine, spent
Right.
5 years in the Marine Corps. Honor matters.
But I think that there is also, if there is an ADU process that we need to be having underway as far as a design for something,
Well,
that needs to also be, at least to get that out in the open, that's a process happening.
How about we move for the deferral, so that gives it 30 days, and then,
Let me see.
yeah, that'll at least keep
I-
it, yeah.
I do
Put
want
a
to
cap on
offer
it.
one additional thing. I spoke with DHR,
Mhm.
in their staff opinion, the removal of this building would not place the overall district at risk. So that was, because.
That's a good thing to know now.
Well, it's been yes, and, but there's been it's something I meant to, it was probably in whatever I deleted that removed that other stuff.
Could you just help me understand what you just said? So.
Just one of the
clearing
questions.
of this building has no negative effect on the designation of the historic district?
So what, this
Is
is,
that what you just said, or did I misunderstand?
so as far as one of the criteria is an evaluation of its impact on the National Register District, not the local district. The reason that you're having this discussion is BAR's purview is a function of the local designation. However, one of the questions is about DHR's, would the demolition of a structure be reason for delisting the district? And that answer was no. So
You understand, there's two designations, there's a local and a.
yeah, it's almost it's just, but that's all I'm trying to say. I don't want to lose the building, and if an option presents itself a month gives me another 30 days to figure it out. And I may not be able to. And then, fine, December 20, you all can, go through this thing again, and we can, but I think then in part two is if this is, if there's an ADU going to be constructed in the back there, then that process also needs to get underway, because that will require BAR review.
Yeah. And it sounds like the clock is ticking, so.
May I get an updated corrected report that has items C, D, and E, since they weren't supplied initially?
Well, like I said, they're in the report. Well, I mean, if we're gonna, I can show you what they were up on the screen, and we discussed.
If it's a confidential report, not meant for
No, I don't know what you meant by that when you said confidential. And actually, Clayton, I'm trying to be helpful here.
Oh, no, Jeff,
I'm not trying to be.
I'll stop. I'll get you off.
Yeah, I mean, I omitted these things, these three things. They were the things that I read. And they were all, they were all answered in the report in my discussion. I just didn't link them to C, D, and E. And so, yes, then when you read the report, there was a reference to these three things. They aren't there. I will include them in the next one. They don't add, there's no additional points added.
Okay.
Yeah. But, so that's where, yes, that's why I stated, so I think it would be wise for the BAR to defer this. You can do that. And then action will have to be taken on the 20th.
I would like to make a move to defer.
I will second that. Jeff, can you just do a roll call? Do you mind? Since we probably should do it.
Sure. Mr. Zemer, and this is a motion for a BAR deferral.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Timmerman,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
And Mr. Burrell.
Yes.
Okay, so this is deferred until December 20th. I will see what I can do, and we will discuss it then. Fair enough. All right, good. Sorry you're late for the concert. Hopefully,
Oh, no, I'm not going to make it.
I don't know.
It's CHS. First chair, viola.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, next up.
That is painful. Are you guys good? Do we need a break? It's been 2 hours, so. Okay, no one's saying anything, so we'll move on. Okay. Yeah, so 914 Rugby Road.
John, are you here? Been fun. I'm sorry, my estimating is really off tonight. I'm sorry, who seconded? Tyler, you made the motion. The second was.
I seconded.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So let me get to my. By the way, I was going to tell you, John, while I'm pulling this up, I did find an old 1986 photo of the house, but it didn't offer anything on what was on the roof, so on the front porch. So, this is a COA request for 914 Rugby Road. This is in the Historic Conservation District. This is the house was constructed in around 1921. It is contributing to the Conservation District. This is a request to, actually, sorry, Breck, I mean, and it's COA request to, they'll be removing a side addition and reconstructing a single-story addition. And at the front, they'll be reconstructing the front porch. And within a conservation district, remember that what you all have purview over is what you see from the road. So while the applicant has shown what's going on the side and the rear, really what falls under your purview is sort of what you see there. And I certainly And I know John will address how the bricks were paired there on the side coming towards the front by the chimney there. But I normally, for something like this within a conservation district, I probably would have reviewed this administratively with the discussion with the BAR chair and vice chair. What gave me hesitation was the mansard type roof. And Mr. Zemer had asked some questions about the door opening. It's out of alignment and sort of, so he had a pretty good question then about that. But like I said, within a conservation district, it's a much lighter touch. I would have been comfortable approving it, except for that roof. Like I said, we know that the existing front porch was reconstructed sometime before the district was established. I do know there was a single-story porch on the side to the left that sort of grew up sometime between 1920 and I believe the 1980s. So what you see there is not original. Any questions for me? And John, you want to talk, and I can scroll up and down however you want me to, if you even need me to, or if you'll.
I'd like to talk as little as possible.
You had said that.
I think your report was a pretty good summary of and I would agree with the assessment of it. Thank you for doing that. Actually, very easy to work with, Jeff. Thank you. The one thing that I did take exception to was the use of the word mansard. And I never really thought of these curved roofs that I call them deck-on-hip roofs. I understand why they get called mansard, but when you say mansard, to me it has a different connotation, kind of a French or Italianate detail on houses. And this curved roof that we're talking about here is something that you often see on a colonial house above a bay window, for instance. So it's not foreign. There are quite a variety of different porch styles and roof styles in the neighborhood, so I don't know that would necessarily disqualify it. So that's really the only thing I wanted to address is the use of the word mansard. I would probably call it something else.
Thank you. Or anything else, or?
If you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Do we still have that caller on the?
For this one?
The attendee who's called in?
I don't know.
Okay, there we go. No, click on it. Yeah. Any questions from the public? Please, I guess press *9 if you're calling in. You want to ask a question? Nope. Okay.
Sorry, who's is?
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, is that Remy? Is that you, Patrick?
No. All right.
No,
So I'm just listening.
I'm
That's
not
cool.
making that.
No, I don't. Any questions from the board?
I guess, do we have any sense of why the front door's off-center, existing front door?
Yeah, so, interestingly,
Did I miss that?
Jeff put up a couple of pictures from the rest of the neighborhood, and I noticed one other house that was probably built by the same guy. It was 807 Rugby. So the answer to your question is it's off-center because the room on the left side is wider than the room on the right, so the center hall of the house is off. But in most cases, you would still find the door centered on the window and the dormer above. In this case, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So they've this porch has been redone at some point, and I think what they did was they widened it to try to conceal the asymmetry. So we're trying to change that, and I think the other comment you made, Jeff, was that the door is actually being refashioned. So what's there now is an existing elliptical opening with 2 side lights, and what we're proposing to replace is that opening and move it over and refashion it as a solid door with a fan light above.
Other questions? If our caller.
I guess I have one question. you know,
Go ahead.
and I'll kind of couch it within my comment, so maybe you don't even need to come back to me. But my I think generally that this is going to fall safely within the conservation district guidelines. My only concern is about the EPDM and the detail of the intersection of those two materials, and given the kind of the elevation of the street, it feels like the EPDM is going to be visible. But maybe that's so. My question is, for the architect to explain a little bit more about that detail and maybe allay any fears about the visibility of that roof, or maybe what color the EPDM would be.
One of the things about this property, which is hard to really tell from the photographs that we have, is that the property falls about 6 feet from the sidewalk. So you're always the public is always looking at this property from slightly above it. I know that's really not represented in the photographs that I've given you because I'm standing in the front courtyard. But one of the things I was trying to do is not do a completely flat roof like you see in some of the other properties that Jeff gave you. 921 Rugby, for instance, is kind of probably the knee-jerk way to add on a wing to the house with a balustrade at the top. I'm concerned about looking down from the street and seeing a flat EPDM roof. So I was thinking the copper roof that curves back away from you in perspective is probably a softer way to deal with that, and it helps prevent seeing the rubber roof from above at the street level. That was my rationale anyways.
Well, I think Breck was asking, are we still going to see the rubber roof?
I feel like we are, given the lower slope. And what color would the EPDM be? And it seems potentially jarring.
We'd have to model it and lay it out and figure it out and use a story pole of some sort to figure it out. But that was the reason of raising it a bit. I'm concerned about putting a railing at the top just because it's a maintenance.
Oh gosh, yeah, that would be awful.
And if you were to chase this elevation around the side, the reason that roof doesn't get taller is because it would begin to clip the second floor windows, which we'd like to preserve. For what it's worth, that addition is going to recede from the front of the house, a fair bit. So, and it's in shadow with the house next to it. So, I'm not sure that it's going to be that prominent.
Could you maybe do some flat seam copper over at least the front door, if that were
That's possible. You're basically building two roofs on there because it's a broad, expansive roof. Mm-hmm. That stuff moves a lot, and it's going to leak over time.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Comments from the public. If our caller wants to make a comment, please press *9. Nope. Okay. Comments from the board. And if you're not already looking on Google Street View, I kind of recommend it because it might give you some clues to perspective on this. I don't think you're going to. Yeah.
I went by the house yesterday.
Just a 1986 photo I found with my grandfather's car in front.
I don't want to cut off discussion, but if you guys don't mind, I'd like to just make a motion on this. Unless there's any.
I guess I was going to just
dissent.
Not dissenting, but Roger, I think, the suggestion for flat lock, that's kind of where my mind went. And I think the size of that front porch covering could handle it. Maybe the side addition might be a little big, and maybe that, I don't know, worth considering.
Although looking at it here, and I rode by the other day, it doesn't seem like you really can see much of that. I mean, I think this is a huge improvement over the existing porch and the existing addition.
I guess,
Um,
forgive me, is this preliminary discussion, or are we?
We're in discussion, yes.
Okay, so we'll see details later.
No.
No. I was asking, is this a preliminary discussion?
Oh,
no,
preliminary discussion,
No, this is a request. And one of the things with this, if you all have some instructions, you don't even have to take a motion. You can give me instruction, and then I can approve it administratively with following your lead.
Well, does anybody have anything else they want to say, or I would make a motion and we can move on.
Make a motion.
Cool, thank you. Of course, I have to find it. There we are. No. Jeff, where'd you hide it? There it is. Okay, having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for historic conservation districts, I move to find that the proposed side addition and front porch alterations at 914 Rugby Road satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the Rugby Road Historic Conservation District, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
I second.
Second.
Jeff, do you want to, sorry.
Was any discussion, or?
Is there any discussion of that motion? I don't think there is. So can you take roll call?
Mr. Zemer.
Aye.
Mr. Timmerman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney, not.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm throwing things up, mixing it up here a little bit. Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
Mr. Gastinger.
Yes.
And Mr. Burrell. Aye. All right, the motion passes. John, thank you, and I actually have to say, I've learned a lot. John's responses have been very thorough, and it's like, oh, and it's as not an architect, I very much appreciated your willingness to put the time into your answers, so I appreciate that.
Thank you all.
All right, John,
We're going to
thanks.
take a quick 5-minute break
You can
before
do
our
it.
next,
Yep.
next thing. So, yeah, 5 minutes, whatever that is.
sketched, you know, I don't think it's again, it's not something that the PR is gonna say, nope. It's just saying, what is it that we're looking at that we can approve? You know, so that we're saying, we know what you're planning to do. I don't know, I mean, these are still gonna be, it's gonna take more than, I mean, this photograph, obviously, the only one we've got, unless you've got something, and I think another one I'd seen shows it, so, all right, if these weren't there, or if they're not original, then sort of, how do you present that? But yeah, I mean, all this stuff, you know, come on, if you got a mason ready to go, scaffold ready to get going, but the, you'll need, I mean, I don't, then, when you go in and talk to Chuck, say, what do I need from you for a building permit or whatever, I don't know, talk to them, you know, a sidewalk closure permit, but the, I'm not gonna stop you from fixing the bricks, I'm not gonna stop you from fixing the, and I realize, you know, maybe I need to tell it to you in something more formal, I know you don't look at that.
I mean, to me, that's a major obstacle right there, and trying to overcome that.
Now, alternatively, could you get them to take those satellites out?
Right, that's what we were thinking about.
It's, who knows, maybe they're over 50 years old and there's nothing I can do. So, I thought I had, these are your photos, I thought I had some photos that I could stitch into it, but that's just my pictures.
Well, there's some other, this is a PDF you open, but there are other renderings there, PDFs.
Oh, what else do we have left?
Did Jeff have to put up the
I can.
Put up his own, it doesn't matter.
I mean, I can, it just, so, it's easier to, it's easier when, you know,
This is gonna take a
tell me
while.
what you want me to have up and we walk through it. I think,
Start with the photographic documentation. There you go. Walk through that first, starting the first page, and then after that is at the last page, we'll move back to the individual renderings.
right,
And
so,
photographs.
right, so that, what we have is, this will be, you know, they're aware of the project, I mentioned it at the October meeting and talked about, yeah, this is something people are enthused about, the city's enthused about, it's an opportunity. So it's not really, you don't have to worry, you don't have to cover the history, you really don't, you don't have to talk about the inside, it's really getting at these key things that you want and what they'll have to review, and what information you'll need to get to them for that. And then I think, you know, if they've got any questions for you, but, and then the next, I mean, yeah, the next deadline is the 29th. I don't have to have something, but when we had that discussion about, there was the maintenance stuff you wanted to do, and then the idea was get something in here for that preliminary discussion, for the scale of it, and then December come in, hopefully, you know, we can get things approved, or get things, you know, if you wanna, if you've got something, you've got drawings ready to go, fine, get approval on that, and we can, you know, get that approved, and then if you've got, you know, maybe the portico gets pulled off later, that's your call. But,
So you're saying we don't need to spend much time on the brick conversation because that's.
I think it's understood. I think you can make the statement that you're going to be preparing the brick, you're going to be going with a red wash, or I think James had even suggested, you know, or white or something, and the reason being, you know, because we're not gonna match it, I don't even know where these came from. But, and the mason that's involved, once I told Brett who he was, oh my God, yes, so that, and I said, then when you talk about.
I think that guy was drunk when he did that.
I mean, I tell you, I walk by this wall every day, you know, for years, and it's like, I just look at it, I go, but I still wonder, earthquake in 2011, how much shook some of these things. But yeah, I just look at this and go, man, how's that building still?
Yeah, in the 40s.
I have to say something because I watched the game the other night.
Last night.
Philadelphia. Incredible.
Yes.
Did that guy, I mean, I just
Legend
watched
of
for a
Taylor
little.
Heineke?
No, that
that running back was just carrying. Can we start? That's insane. I mean, that was really.
So I think we had our 5 minutes.
We did? All right. Everybody to their places.
Carl.
So let me, I know we're behind. Let me get rid of this image here of
Yeah, if you haven't figured out. we never
John's
can't
house.
meet our agenda.
Having been on the other side of it.
I was gonna say.
And what we will be discussing next, this is 300 Court Square. I don't know how long it's been 300 Court Square because it's had several other addresses, but this is known as the Farish House. It's at the corner of 6th Street Northeast and East Jefferson. It's opposite, sort of to the southeast of the county courthouse. And I mentioned this to you last month, talking about some of the brick repairs and things that these yours? And so we talked about, some of the repairs, and I've been talking with the owners and applicants about the things that can be done that are maintenance and repairs that could be done, should be done, and working with them on that. We're working with the folks in the building inspector to sort of, we're all on the same page with that. But what they've also got are some alterations to the building that are going to require BAR approval. And so my recommendation was to have this, being the scale of the project, a preliminary discussion, but also really try to get into some of the key design things that we would want to see, the BAR would want to see relative to reviewing these alterations, particularly the reconstruction of the east portico, although because of the property line, it'd have to be a slightly or somewhat reduced scale reconstruction. There's the question of the small windows on the front elevation, the 4 small windows, and then there's the I was calling it a courtyard, but that rear area in the back, where there'll be, to construct a sort of the pavilion area there, and sort of what information you all would want to see. I just noticed these, those are gone, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It's pretty neat. I did go through the building. It's a surprise. I was kind of scared going into it because I've walked by this building for 20-some years and I've never seen anybody in it. So I didn't know what I was walking into, but it is it's going to be pretty wild when this work gets done. So with that, I think I want to pass it off to Barry and Candace and let them. I will move a screen or slide however you want me to. And I think, again, my mention to them was to get to a discussion with you all about what details you want, not necessarily. I don't think there's anything here that's troubling as far as some of the alterations, but, have that conversation about preparing an application. So, Candace, it's all yours.
Hi, I'm Candace Deloach. I know a few of you guys. And I just wanted to introduce our property. I have the Inn at Court Square for 22 years, which I restored as the oldest house downtown. So I'm very excited about doing the oldest hotel downtown. And it's a 1850s hotel. And there's been many different hotels through the 1960s. And we just love the building. It's beautiful, and I just want to bring it back to life and make that corner more lively. Right now, like Jeff said, it's very dark and dreary when you walk by, and we're just hoping to bring life back to that end of Court Square. And I wanted to introduce our architect, Barry Moss.
So you have the handouts and the list of items, and I'm not going to go verbatim through each one of those. So I'm just going to ask Jeff to slowly page through this document, and he's already mentioned the windows on the front. We have a photograph where one window is not there. We do not have photographic evidence of all four not being there, but our mason tells us, John Halpern, that there's evidence that those windows were added at some point because of a saw cut rather than a toothing of the brick per se. But if you just keep paging through, this is a photograph of the paint. You've seen this. That was on the building for a number of years. It's been removed at this point. And the next slide.
I shared that with you all, the images in October, of why the bricks are so pitted and because it was sandblasted.
Yeah, it really destroyed the finish on the brick, and two more photographs of that
And John
condition.
was there today, and they actually painted back in the red color of the brick. So he was doing a sample. I don't know if y'all had a chance to get by and see the paint colors for the trim or doors, but he was also doing a sample of the lime wash. And as he was doing it, he was saying that the red on some of the bricks were actually painted red, not, trying to take off the white.
Next slide. Just showing some of the damage that's there, and we plan on replacing that with this common brick. Yeah, you want to show that? Where it's completely destroyed. And there's, evidence of Portland cement mortar that's destroyed the brick as well. That will need to be tuck pointed, removed and tuck pointed. Next slide. More deterioration there. Keep going. That's good.
I don't know what that is, right?
This is where the rumored milk truck hit the building. I'm not sure.
You said in the 1940s?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
And that will be replaced as well. So we're proceeding with this work.
They found a really good mason to do the repair.
Very good, but under the influence at the time. Good. Next slide. Okay.
Yes, you've got.
The fire escape will remain according to the building code unless we get a waiver from the building code official. It's our second exit, but we're going to work around that, leave it in place. The doors that are there, we're going to replace those with windows that are actually operating doors, but they look like the windows adjacent. And the shutters on the building at Zero Court Square, we're going to try to emulate those on our building and the hardware. There's evidence on the building. There's another close-up of the hardware and the shutters. You can see some of the shutter hardware on our building that was there. Next slide. Shutter pins. Candace has some beautiful historic doors that we're planning on reusing in this building on the front entry. And these solid panel doors would be the side shutters on the front, but painted. Next. We have some really nice gas lights for wall-mounted and ceiling-mounted, suspended, that we'll show you in the renderings. All copper finish. And this sign we have, it's not on the building currently, but we're putting it back up next to the front entrance.
What would that be? That wouldn't be a sign, would it?
I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah.
Art, object of
Yeah.
art.
Are you going to paint that horse to look like a zebra?
Yes.
Just silhouette.
Next slide. Talked about this. And then this porch railing is a good example of what we'd like to use on our portico. The scissor railing, the diagonal. It's on Market Street, of course. And this set of stairs would be removed, and that door would be replaced with a window that's matching the existing on the first floor.
And
Tall
that was
window.
originally a window.
Used to be a
That's right
window,
at the
yeah.
corner, right?
Yeah, that's the corner right there on the right. And you can see a photograph of that window behind the Model T there. Yeah. Next slide. And the portico, which was one story and came out, it looks like, 10 feet. And we would put back as 2 stories, but much smaller because of the property line that Jeff mentioned. The next slide is of the entry door on 6th Street that we would be replacing with a single door instead of 2 doors for safety reasons. And then this door, which was, I think, not original, that we'll be replacing with a set of doubled true divided light doors to the right. It's a little too close to the corner for structural reasons. I'll explain that later. And this is the pair of doors we would use for that replacement. Back courtyard, this looks lovely, but there's a giant mechanical unit on the upper left on top of that little one-story section, and behind me, the farm of satellite dishes.
That's one of our biggest obstacles is screening and hiding that.
Yeah, it's a challenge. And the mechanical unit outside of the rooms there, that unit is supplying the building next door.
Yeah, that's
It's not ours.
Monticello Hotel wall where they
Right.
Yeah,
ran the
500 Court Square.
So the idea is to screen that partially and use Bermuda shutters on the back of the building to block some of those views, the mechanical unit and the satellite dishes. And now, if you would like to switch over, Jeff, to the renderings, I can explain some of the changes in detail. Number 1, I think.
Okay.
So I'll just go through that list that you have, and as I see them on the building, and explain, first of all, the brick wash, the lime wash that Candace mentioned, the wood shutters that would be restored on the building, the removal of the 4 windows on, non-original windows on Court Street, the addition of an awning on Court Street that you see, the Greek wave, internally illuminated canvas awning with brass or copper finish poles set back about 18 inches from the street. The gas lanterns that you see 4 on the ground level, those actually are represented as black in this rendering. They would be the copper finished, like the ones that you see suspended above in the deck. And above that, the painted on zebra carriage hotel graphic. And you see the porch ceiling, we've painted that like a robin egg blue. The color of the shutters would be a dark green, a light green, a eucalyptus green. The front doors would be a dark green. And all of the trim that is shown in this rendering being white would actually be a very light green, eucalyptus green as well.
So, I guess maybe that's a question for me.
This is the color inside the casings, mullions, rain shutters, and the middle color is this color for the doors.
The 3 flagpoles that you see would be installed. There's also planter boxes or flower boxes shown on top of the very low handrails, and that's just a way of raising the height of that for safety. And the new doors, entry doors you see with the side shutters. And then over on the 6th Street side, from this angle, you can see clearly the handicap accessible ramp goes up to the portico with the very minimal type handrails painted green. And the 2-story portico, it comes out about 5.5 feet, and that is all on the property. What is in the city right away are the steps that you see and the handrails for the steps for the portico. The scissor rail that matches the Market Street building. And we can keep moving around to the next slide, I think. A couple of other details for lighting. We'd like to do some uplighting and downlighting on those pilasters, those brick columns. And the lighting above would be hidden in the soffit, and the lighting in the sidewalk would be recessed, and just like almost like a landscape lighting to bring some interest. The existing handrails would stay and be painted the green on those decks. The existing downspouts that are not shown in this rendering, there's one on each side, would be painted an antique copper color. And I think I've mentioned everything on this facade, but remind me, Candace, if I've missed anything there. The windows on the second and third floor in the middle are would actually be like on the portico. They would be swinging windows that would allow some access onto the deck for usage. Right now, they're just double hung windows. Next slide. The portico you can see is sort of wrapped around the fire escape, which needs to remain, and you see the lanterns that are hanging there and additional lighting. New entry door at the ground level, and the windows in the center on the portico are the ones I mentioned that would be hinged. And then on the annex building, we call it to the left, new shutters, brick repair. This sort of shows where brick would be replaced or repaired, and if you see the lighter color in there, that's just a sort of a diagram, roughly. The double doors on the far left with the gas light next to it for the shop entrance as a retail shop. So we tried to minimize the, that's fine, we can go to here. The back deck is at the level of the main floor, and we're using the fireplace and the trellis and the ivy and everything we can to hide all those satellite dishes you see as ghost in the background there, and the mechanical unit to your right. The addition of shutters on the windows and gas lights as well. And next slide. And finally, from the exterior, showing the stone fireplace and the painted wood trellis work. And there is a stairway, a little brick stairway underneath that landing that is access to the basement level. There's some trees shown here that perhaps could be either something that's very heat tolerant. I was thinking of a ginkgo, maybe a golden spire. It's very compact, or maybe a native Virginia juniper or cypress or something that can take the conditions of that asphalt back there. Tree grates in a small planting area right around the fireplace. We have the Bermuda shutters on the back of the building. Here again, you see them for controlling the views. And I believe we have a couple photographs here of just some of the lime wash experiments that John has been doing.
Didn't like
that's an apple shot, so we may not have gotten in. And this is one as well. So we have a photograph of a building on Main Street, the Virginia Public Media Building. I think it's 200 block. That shows the stucco wash that we're more closely trying to match.
Which dress?
Good.
Okay, yeah, next to Chaps.
Yeah.
Is that done by that mason that you're talking to?
That's old paint that's been stripped off. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if John did that or not.
That building was fully painted, and they tried to remove it mechanically. So yeah, but definitely not lime wash. But it's neat looking.
I failed to mention there's one other small non-original window on the back side of the building we'd like to remove. And there's also a small window in the inner courtyard that we would like to replace with a fire door for exiting and accessibility for ADA. And we are installing a sprinkler system and elevator in the building and trying to bring it up to standard. So I think maybe I can open it up to your comments, suggestions.
For preliminary discussion, we don't have any public anymore anyways, I guess. Yeah, you guys, comments? Breck, I'm just gonna ask you, do you want to go first again?
I have a few questions.
I can go. It might be disruptive. Sure. Thank you. I really enjoy the project. Exciting to see the changes and the love coming to this pretty, I guess, underappreciated and neglected at times. This structure is pretty cool. So thank you for the interest in this building. And for the most part, I think I really appreciate all of the changes that are suggested. There are 3 areas that I do have some questions or maybe some slight concerns. The first being the lime wash, and maybe those with, I'm not a historian, and maybe there could be a little bit of more discussion of this or description, but it feels very jarring, the lime wash, and not as many precedents of that in our community, and I wonder if a red wash would have been something that would have been, we know is used both on the court, on Court Square and other local buildings, and I wonder if that would be an option. But that's one question. I think there's a couple of moments when the project starts to be a little bit just like harder to discern what might have been original versus what is contemporary. For instance, the porch, the new 2-story porch. I think it's odd in the way that it interacts with the fire stair. It is a little bit, I'm trying to figure out what story it's trying to tell about the building, and it's a bit unusual. I love the enclosure of the back patio. I think that's pretty interesting and successful, and I guess I would encourage that even some more contemporary detailing could come to that side porch to further distinguish it from the historic structure, or as a more contemporary addition. And lastly, the Bermuda shutters are also feel very much something you might see in Charleston or southeastern U.S., or of course in the Caribbean. They do not. I mean, I could be told wrong that I'm wrong, but I don't feel that that's a detail. It's very in keeping with our traditional construction detailing in Charlottesville. Maybe that's an opportunity to do something more contemporary, but as it stands, it feels a little bit like it's literally sticking out. And lastly, the gas lanterns could come across as feeling really fakey and not. I don't know I'd be interested to see what the others on the board feel about them. I felt like they could either be more contemporary and use the gas as a lighting mechanism, or be a simple lighting source, but not being so kind of like maybe trying too hard. It feels like it could feel a little bit fake. In any case, those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you.
David, you were pretty anxious.
I had a few questions, but I'll just state my comments. Really excited to see this. This is one of my favorite buildings. I've always I don't know what it is about it, but it's just there's something about the proportion of it, and then the indented section in the front, and the wonderful railing, and I actually really like the brick.
And so I'll kind of side with Breck on being a little concerned about the whitewash. I actually know that project you passed around pretty well.
Yeah, yeah.
That was when we did a few years ago in 225. And the thing about that building was that, I think as Carl mentioned, that was taking a surface off that wasn't, it's never a good idea to paint brick.
Right.
In that particular case, it was actually holding so much moisture that it was creating structural damage.
Yeah.
And when you walk by that building, you see a big bow in the wall. I mean, it was you had to take the paint off just to get to the sort of root of the matter. And what we found was that when it came off, it was like a beautiful patinaed wall. So it was a found condition. And when I see this, I question what the intent is, and when I see the example on the wall, I'm concerned about it trying to, it sort of tends more to a contrivance of trying to get to something. But for my opinion, I think the found condition here is actually quite wonderful, and I think Breck mentioned a red wash that might just sort of enhance the sort of beauty of it that's there. Maybe another thing to think about. Let's see, what else? Getting back to just sort of the proportion of the building, I don't actually mind the sort of added windows in the front. I guess for me, there was something about the found condition as it's sort of laid out to us currently, where I just feel like just a great degree of sensitivity comes into play here. And it's, I don't know how important it is to sort of impose a symmetry to it necessarily. Even the shutters, I wonder if they're absolutely necessary. I think there's a sort of a geometry that works, and a sort of a just the patina of the building that works in my mind. And so I guess it's, for me, I keep leaning towards what are the like this really sensitive things you can do to make that thing be all that it can be. And so I guess my overriding comment would be just that: as you move forward, think about like the really the small details that lead to the overall composition of it that enhances the beautiful building that it is, and that you want it to be, and that it's obviously getting to that point. The rear, I'm really excited about the rear section. I mean, how often have we walked down that street and wanted to stop there and hang out? So I think that's a very cool amenity for the city to anticipate. The style of the box, I'm a little, I question a little bit. I don't know. It's a very tall space, and the structure that's presented feels sort of garden sheltery to me. So almost like it's a little bit more on the temporary side. Considering that it's a almost 2.5 story space, I just wonder, makes my sort of mind start thinking about ways of using design to sort of how you deal with that tall, thin space, and how you bring the light in. I like Breck's idea of maybe considering maybe a more contemporary form there that really that contrasts with the building but accentuates it. Creates a wonderful kind of a framing of the old context, instead of just sort of blending it, try to blend into it. So really look forward to seeing how this thing develops, and just good luck on should be a really fun design process. I'd love to take a tour of the inside too.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Sure. Even though Breck said he's not a historian, he plays one on Zoom pretty well. Because he had a lot of the same comments I do. I think I agree, whitewash probably isn't the right solution. Was the sample you showed something he did today, or was that
Yeah, it was
a
in
photo of it?
Maine. It was just, it wasn't
Okay.
a good example. That's why I took pictures of the Main Street, which I
Okay.
feel like, this building was white at one time.
It was.
And then it was sandblasted and we were having all
Sure.
this horrible brick decay. So, John had recommended a lime wash that would help,
Sure.
preserve the brick and protect it, and, it doesn't have to be heavy, it just, we need some type of coating that we could do on it to, all the mortars are different, tiny
Yeah, no, I
areas, and all, some of them are just horrible.
Yeah, I understand that. I think an idea using a red wash would help give it some uniformity. The danger there is you end up potentially having it look like it's just painted red,
Right.
because then the red wash also colors the mortar joints. Traditionally, you would have had a red wash and then they would have gone back and penciled the mortar joints, which is basically painting them white.
Which is what they did at one time.
So that's very labor
So it was
intensive.
white, and then it was
So
red
you
wash, and then it was painted red,
probably don't
so-
want to do that, but it is could be successful. I mean, I also think there's something to be said about just letting it be honest, maybe cutting out some of the bad mortar and trying to get a better match in certain locations. You might be successful there. But when I saw the whitewash, it looked like efflorescence to me, which isn't the look you want. Anyhow, I think that point's been made. I agree with Breck that the Bermuda shutters may be a little out of place in Charlottesville.
So those are just on the rear to hide the
Yes.
satellites and to hide the,
Well,
they're not on the front or
no, I
the
understand.
side.
I understand that. And then we're just talking about the shutters themselves.
Right.
The big,
But if you do traditional shutters, then you're gonna see the satellites and you're gonna see
maybe I'm not
the
understanding. You're saying when you're looking out the window.
From the hotel
A
rooms,
Bermuda
yeah.
shutter's gonna,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
keep you from seeing the ugly view.
Could you just put, and I did this on my house where there was a door opening that didn't used to be there, but I just took two shutters, put them together, and put it over.
Yeah,
as
you
a
could have closed
shutter.
shutters.
Inside, right, but then it.
Or
No,
outside.
on the outside, yeah.
People like, I think, light. I mean-
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, I think to Breck's point, you might be able to explore something a little more modern here. Like, I don't know, it just, the comment is the Bermuda shutters don't really fit in Charlottesville.
Okay.
Take it and run with it, I don't know. I had a question about this enclosure. Is it open air?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking forward to eating there someday. It looks really cool.
At the roof too?
The roof is open too?
We would like to be able to put a retractable glass roof on top, and we're exploring if we can afford that right now.
Gotcha.
And I'll just say one more quick thing about the brick, and just to repeat, that maybe unlike the building on Main, this one has lost its skin, right? So it has to have some type of protection. And we can't replace every brick, right?
Right.
So, we need some type of wash, that's for sure.
I think if there's physical evidence showing those later windows, if that evidence is clearly demonstrated, then I could support taking them back out and patching in with brick.
Right.
We would just want to see a good report or the good ghost marks documented. Trying to think of what else. Sorry, I'm scrolling through. I think the shutters are okay. You've got the pintles in situ, so that shows there were shutters there at one time. You know, stylistically, you're modeling after an adjacent building, so I think that's a pretty easy argument. You know, otherwise they'd be more like a louvered shutter.
Yeah.
But you've kind of got what your basis of design is on. I, like Breck, I'm a little concerned about the multi-story portico on the east side, just because it wasn't there historically, but see where we go. I'm not totally opposed to it. Did you happen to, I know that you're very early on, but in terms of the handicap ramp, were you able to kind of verify the slope works from the corner of the building to your
I was.
side portico?
Yeah, it's about 3 feet high, and we have the advantage of starting high, at the corner.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a 1 in 12 ramp shown on there, so we're just short of the corner of the building.
Okay, good.
And we have enough for the 1-foot extension of the handrail.
Okay, good.
And we just try to make that almost disappear by having it brick like everything else in the
Sure.
field.
No, I think I was worried mostly about it coming out in front of the building. And the handrails, you know, we mentioned another project, but you might check your height to make sure you don't have to have a guardrail at the top, or how you finesse that.
I've checked that. We're right at the edge.
Okay.
At the north side of the portico, right at it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I mean, I'm excited that this building's getting some love.
Got a couple clarifying questions to ask. In the trellis room, the ivy is intended to be live ivy that would take time to grow and grow up the wall?
Yeah, and you can see there's none on the back shown here, but we showed it on the interior shot because we didn't think it doesn't obscure the architecture as much. So here we're just trying to show the architecture. But the idea is that it is covered with ivy. And we actually have some photographic examples of places in New York and on the East Coast that have similar treatments.
And then I think there's some clarification on the paint colors. I don't know if the rest of the board's aware, but they've painted some samples on the front of the building. And then it sounds like from the renderings to what you've painted to what you were describing tonight, you're still kind of figuring out what the strategy is. But like, I am a fan of the way the rendering looks with the white window trims with the green shutters. But the sample on the front of the building has one window frame all in the blue-green.
Right.
Which definitely stood out to me and didn't feel as natural as the renderings feel. And then I guess now the intention is that the white would be replaced with the sagey green, the lighter green.
Right.
Which I'm sure you would update the rendering to kind of match
Oh, yeah.
what you're intending. But am more of a fan of the current rendering as opposed to some of the samples that are out on the building at the moment.
Okay.
I, for one, do not mind the Bermuda shutters. I understand the need to get light in there, but also to screen. So I feel like they do a good job of doing that. I think those are my only comments at the moment. I guess we've talked about gas lanterns a bit. I, for one, was a fan of a building as you were coming down High Street across from Tarleton Oaks that had two bright gas lanterns right at the front, and they were there for quite a few years. And just because you stopped at the stoplight, they looked really nice. Those have since been removed and replaced with bad lights. But just thinking about gas in general has been something that they're not approving new residences with gas in the city. But wouldn't want it to be something that you invest in and then immediately find that everyone's moving away from gas. It's just something to think about. I don't know, there's not, to my knowledge, not a good way to get that feel of the glass flicker without doing gas, so.
It's a tough question because it's an environmental thing, right? But it's also, if you were going to do gas lights, where would you do them? If you were just going to do them in one place, I would say Court Square, but
yeah.
I certainly appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's a property we did at 801 East Jefferson, corner of 8th and Jefferson, and we did 2 gas lanterns, which are the same ones we would like to use here. If anybody wants to look at this.
Yeah, I would say in general, this is really successful, really nice interventions, really a nice hand here. I actually really like the east porch. To me, it is different enough and is really nicely proportioned. Did you ever think about painting the entire tablature? I think there's
Yes, we did look at that, yeah.
One thing when I look at this rendering, the graphic feels almost a little too strong and a little too commercial to me.
On the front?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would sort of blend in a little more if it were on a painted entablature, and I think the building could kind of handle that, but, you know, it's a detail. I think that the lime wash is not a detail, though. That's something that's really gonna impact this tremendously.
Yeah.
And I like sort of the effect that the rendering is showing, and I like the idea of the lime wash, so it's gonna help you, you know, you're gonna be happy that you have something to even things out. But that sample that you
Oh,
showed
yeah,
is
that was
not
done
it.
in the rain, like you
Yeah.
said, that was not
So
a
we
good
would have to
example.
see that, because I think
Yeah.
it's gonna be, you know, super impactful here.
Yeah, definitely.
Bermuda shutters, I mean, they're a little weird here, but have you thought about sort of interior plantation shutters of some sort that don't go all the way up so that you can get some sky?
So usually when someone walks into their guest room,
Mhm.
they want light coming
Yeah.
in. So if you have the shutters closed, so you don't want them to see this ugly satellites at 29, then you're gonna walk into a dark room. So all my in rooms, you know,
Mhm.
guests walk in, it's well lit, the curtains are open, lights coming in, it's just a much better
I guess I was
atmosphere.
thinking you could do something from the bottom up that is still allowing light in through the top, but I guess that gets into more of the interiors. But from an exterior standpoint, the Bermuda shutters, I find a little bit odd. But, and you are removing all the storms, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're keeping the single glazed windows?
Yes.
Yeah.
We may add additional glazing on the interior.
Mhm. Yeah, but this is really gonna be a huge improvement for Court Square, gosh.
I'm not sure why Bermuda shutters are so strongly associated with coastal conditions, though. So I think it's just our perception.
Well, I actually wonder, you know, when you look out one of those, you're gonna be sort of directed down, your view.
That and
Uh,
you know, in the
know if
Bermuda
that's-
shutter, the fins are more horizontal when they're in that position, right? So you can look through,
I
straight
see,
through a
I
little
see,
bit, yeah.
I see.
A little bit.
Yeah, no, I echo a lot of what's been said. I mean, I think, wow, this is, I'm, yeah, really glad you guys are doing this. I mean, really my only concern is the two-story, porch on the side, and I think it looks great. It's just the concern that is someone gonna look at that and think, well, was that there 100 years ago? And yeah, I mean, I'm, if you guys are really set on that, I'm not sure I'm gonna push too hard on it, but it is, I mean, if you can think of some ways to maybe make it a little more obvious, I don't know how, let you guys be the designers on that it, is a little bit differentiated, or less deceptive, that it
Right.
was, you know, an original part of the building. Because, I mean, the lower story of it, you could say is you know, you're trying to replicate what was
Right.
originally there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the Bermuda shutters are not really something you find in Charlottesville, but it's the back of the building, so I'm not gonna comment on that at all. I mean, I think you guys are trying to create an experience, and you're trying to create a certain aesthetic, and it's not in the public realm, so have at it, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and just on the, Roger had mentioned, you know, the signage, and I just check the signage ordinance, just in case. I don't know that you actually can put signage that high on a building in Charlottesville. Jeff would know that better than I would, but anyways, this is great. I can't wait to see what you guys bring back to us when you're, you know, ready for final approval.
We're ready.
The bottom portion of the cornice, is that painted brick, or is there a board there? Because it's all white.
It's painted brick and exposed brick, I think, but I think it's mainly painted now.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
painted
okay.
white now, yeah.
There's boards over the recessed porch area, but yeah,
Oh, yeah,
there's,
yeah, yeah, I
it's,
see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
just in the recess, yeah.
Right.
That's wood,
And your intention is basically take all that painted brick,
right,
all the paint off that part of the brick, yeah.
right.
Is it a wood cornice or is it a brick cornice?
Just the top part is wood, but below that, yeah, the crown. Below that, the frieze or whatever you want to call it, above the windows, that's brick.
There's so much paint on it.
And it, to my knowledge, it's never been wood over the brick that I
No,
could
but
see,
think it was
yeah.
painted brick
It
for
was
a long
painted
time,
brick, yeah.
Even when it was red.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I think Roger had a good idea of maybe considering leaving that painted. And that might help, if you're allowed to put your sign up there.
Right.
Might help it kind of blend a little better. I also just, one other last thing, it's really just more of a piece of advice. I saw y'all had some fine paints of Europe spec.
Yes.
I would, there's a mold inhibitor that you're supposed to put in the primer coat and each coat. I highly recommend you make sure your painter puts in that mold inhibitor.
Yeah.
I've seen what happens when you don't. And
Thank
it's
you.
not pretty.
Yeah, good point.
Huh?
Which pieces on that painting?
They specified fine paints of Europe for certain things. I can't remember which,
No,
but.
not the brick. It was
No, not the brick. This would be on wood.
And this is a close-up of the annex building, which does not have the painted frieze, but the other 300 quart does.
As you guys are doing your test painting and whatnot and the testing on the brick, how reversible is that?
Totally.
John said
Okay.
it'll totally come off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Definitely.
Do your tests on the really bad spots.
So you've got, that's that, what you were.
Yes. That does
It's
look like-
also the column capitals are red on this side, but they're white on the other.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think I stepped in a hole while taking the picture. I don't know.
Out that window.
That's, it's always troubling, these images, once they get up on the big screen, you go, oh, boy. Yeah.
So the newer windows all have like different mullions, and every window, they're different than the larger ones. So that's one that looks closest to the historic ones, but then the one below is different, and then
They're all
the right
different.
is different.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's that? You can see some of the failure over that top right window that I think indicates that it was a retro job.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the thing you pointed out when we were looking, sorry, now, I'll stop flicking.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
I think you gave us a lot of good direction. I'd like to try to herd all of that into one consensus tonight of I think some of the issues that you mentioned, like the cornice color, the brick wash, the back addition, and the Bermuda shutters are not. And, we just need to know where there's some consensus, and, it's informally.
I mean, we can try that.
Yeah.
As far as the whitewash is concerned, how many of you guys are opposed to it? Would not vote for the whitewash?
That's something I'd love to see some samples of.
We're happy to do
You
that.
know, and like white or red, something like,
I don't think it's fair for us to give you our assessment of just that one photograph, since it was taken today and it was one test,
Poor John was out in the rain with
Yeah.
freezing hands, and it was not a good.
So the consensus on this is we'd like to see better samples, but we're not 100% opposed to the whitewash idea.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we just want to come back with an
That's a question.
I'd just say the rendering is not the whitewash as it's shown in the rendering. If that's the goal, I don't feel that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I say the word lime wash, that doesn't indicate a color. Just
Right.
material,
Right.
Yeah, the rendering's a little misleading, I guess. It's hard, I know it's hard with those sometimes, but it's, in that case, it's almost better just to see the actual samples of what you're trying to get
I
at.
think that's where we are here at this point.
Well, and I'm hearing a couple different things. So I'm hearing not like the rendering. I'm hearing wash could be many different colors. Are we a white wash? Is that something that, James?
It doesn't suit me very well, but.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want it to be a whitewash. We definitely want it to have depth and have,
Okay.
grays and cream's not white. That is not our goal. I mean, there are areas that you can see on the other side that kind of resemble, where they had taken the paint off and it was still there.
Okay.
And we'll just have John do a lighter version.
The Bermuda shutters, is that a deal killer for anybody?
No.
Breck?
I wouldn't vote against the project because of the shutters. I just feel that they're not in keeping with our guidelines.
The entablature at the top, whether it's painted or they take the paint off, any strong opinions?
So I was trying to look back at the historic photographs, which it's kind of, I don't know.
It appears painted in the historic photograph to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different.
I'm concerned if the paint removal in the past was an introduction of problems to the brick, where it would be slow to remove more paint.
I think it also just architecturally reads more as an entablature when it's painted.
Is the porch, the two-story porch that is currently a fire escape, deal killer for anyone? I personally need to just kind of mull that over a little bit. I like how it looks. I just need to get it through my head that is it deceptive or not? And if you guys can think of any ways that maybe it wouldn't be.
If it's helpful to see it in a 3D model that you can move around and get sort of a video in your mind of it, we could show you that as well.
Your rendering does a pretty good job.
Your rendering's pretty good.
All right.
As far as
Yeah, it is. I feel like, I would encourage them, if they felt like they wanted to be a little bit more contemporary, and that it could be. I also feel like it's going to be really awkward seeing the fire stair coming up through that floor when you're walking past the building on the sidewalk. And maybe it's just trying to do too much to screen that. It might just be better with a one-story portico and the fire stair being what it is. But
I mean, that makes sense to me, but I think you've got two of us that are kind of iffy on that.
For safety reasons, I'm hoping we can get the local fire to do a different fire escape for us than that, because it goes all the way to the ground, which I think is kind of a security issue.
This is a
Oh,
shadow.
actually, the plan is to keep the current one for.
Yeah, the issue normally in the code is if you can repair it as it is, but if you try to replace it, you run afoul of the exceptions in the existing building code.
Yeah.
And
Were there other controversial issues that I forgot?
Not really. The rear of the building, the addition in
Yeah.
the back, anything there?
Any, if they ran with their current concept on the rear of the building, is that, would anybody deny the project for that?
What you're saying is it complementary with the satellite dishes?
We could
That's
add
another
those.
way of putting it.
I also failed to mention that the roof may need repainting, and we'd keep it the same color, probably, that
Okay.
teal green.
That's probably in Jeff's
Yeah.
administrative review type
Didn't know it had a
category.
roof that was painted, so,
I guess the only other thought was, like Tyler said, the trim colors.
Oh, yeah.
That would be good to review on site.
Yeah, we'll just
Okay.
samples of what we just did one area with
Yeah.
the 3 colors, and then we narrowed it down. So we'll do that for you and have a whole window done and door done.
I had a question for Jeff about, on the portico that we're trying to replicate, the stairs that come toward Sixth Street are over the property line,
Oh,
which is really weird. The property line goes through the middle of our building.
yeah.
So the right-of-way is, through the annex building there on the left. So that's the pinch point. But normally there's some sort of easement required or something,
That's-
but Would it be historically granted or administratively granted? I don't know.
Well, not from my office, possibly in City Hall, but that is, all I can say is that when we've had inquiries about on the mall, I mean, something that encroaches even a little bit, it was, you don't want to ask that question, was the kind of response I got. Not saying it's a no, but it a little more complicated. This is one where I can have because, and just so you all know, my boss has been involved in this, and they've met with the building official, and so we realize this project needs some help and internally. So I have at least have the attention of some people, but I can ask, but I don't know. I think my gut tells me anything that starts to get into negotiating with the city on a property line is, I don't know, choose your poison. But if it's necessary for, getting in and out of that building, and that, what it takes, but let me
It's just such an odd property line condition, to have it go through the middle of your building. So I've never really encountered that before. And I'm used to encroachments being granted for roof overhang, stairs, door swings, that kind of thing. But this is a really oddball.
Do you have to, let's say they say no, you can access that porch by the ramp?
That's true, yeah, if they say no.
Yeah, aesthetically, it's nice to have the stairs.
Aesthetically, yeah.
What's under the ground there,
Yeah, there's also a quasi box you gotta deal with.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like it's not our purview,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's planning commission kind of thing usually.
Oh, gosh, I hope not.
And yeah. But let us know on that. That's a sort of a major deal for us.
Anything else that you guys want from us?
I have one last comment. We didn't speak to it, but the up and down lighting of the pilasters.
Yes.
It seems very difficult given the shallowness of the facade. I'm not sure quite how that's going to work, and assume that the light is actually going to have to project off the face of the building, and we're just going to want to know what that's going to look like. And
got it.
I didn't even catch that. You have uplighting on the pilasters?
Up and down. We have lights in the sidewalk and then lights in the cornice. And we're talking about very minimal, just highlight kind of landscape lighting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, unless you put it in here and I missed it, cut sheets would be great to have.
Yeah, and in fact, in this rendering, you see how the capital intercepts the light a lot. That's about as far as I can get it out into the soffit, so it might have to be a surface-mounted light in the entablature, or in the cornice. That's a good point, though.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And our next item is 204 Hartman's Mill Road. Another preliminary discussion. You guys been waiting so patiently back there?
I know, and I was, wherever Bridget is, I told her, I said, well, I said, kind of gauge where we go. If we don't get to you until 8:50, and we get 8:55, so my magic 8-ball let me down with guessing.
What's kind of sad is I think we're doing good for tonight. I
know, a little bit, but I think what I really like is this is probably one of my favorite, as much as my house, you guys know, is at least 3 other houses that were moved to that site in 1884. So I get the feeling that like some of the parts they didn't get for my house, Mr. Nimmo, and I saw that's how it's correctly pronounced, Mr. Nimmo got for his house. And so this is it's a preliminary discussion for, and this is an individually protected property, at 204 Hartman's Mill Road, and at the Nimmo house. George Nimmo and his brother lived next door to each other, and Mr. Nimmo, James and I found this is still in the ground about 100 feet north of this house. And you all were there, or a lot of you on the board were there. It was our, sorry, I make light of it. It was too funny. It was our first excursion under COVID, and none of us really knew what to do. We hadn't seen each other, and it was just, that's why this house will be so memorable. But what they're bringing to you tonight is there's just 2 additions on the west side of the house. It's still being developed a little bit. So I think, sorry, I'm trying to get, I didn't realize, Breck, I still had you on the screen. Why it's, okay, there it's coming. And so, what's that?
Just a, servant's cottage that was demolished on the property.
No, that was
Or
a,
approved for demolition.
that was a 1920s. I'm not sure what was holding that thing up. I mean, it was the creepy mannequin thing that was in there, but it was.
I guess in all fairness,
yeah,
it was
that.
melting.
It was also, it was much worse shape.
Oh my God, yeah, that was when all of us went in there, that was worrisome. So yes, that.
Even though Sherry made us go back and fix the light, pull it out during our investigation.
I felt like I was in timeout. All right.
The Nimmo house.
Nimmo house. And sorry, but that's why it was so funny when I saw this come up, and all we can think about is Billy's, mannequin musical instrument, and I think I asked Bridget about it, and so it's like, all right, so I'm going to let them present this. It really is just, again, a discussion of what they're planning to do, and I think what questions we would have, materials, kind of details that you would want to see. I know that Bridget had corrected some things that were on their sketch that, this is just a rough sketch. So I think, but either way, sorry, been a long night. Bridget, this stage is yours. And you tell me which images you want.
Okay. I'm Dan Zimmerman.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
That's okay. I was the one listed there, so I didn't want to surprise you all with Bridget. So I'll introduce Bridget. She's our design architect, and she'll be leading you through this. But I think tonight this is very, very, very preliminary. And so you all may have more questions than we have answers. But our thought was to come in front of you and just present the project as it is. And the way you put it, Carl, was like, are there any deal killers here? That's what we're looking for. So I'll introduce you to Bridget.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Bridget. We've been tasked this fall to do a whole house renovation and addition. If you look at the photos, you can see the house has now started to fall into disrepair. Our client has expressed one of the main goals of this project was simply just to fix everything that is failing or broken. This is including but not limited to the exterior siding, windows, doors, the roof, the deck, etc. It's a lot. In addition to rehabilitating this house, our goal has been to respect the historical nature of this home while also bringing it up to a comfortable and functional living standard, up to current codes, to make more energy efficient, and to make programmatic changes with the new interior layout and new spaces that will improve the overall space based on our client's needs. In doing so, we were also looking to achieve as much as possible programmatically with a relatively small new footprint for the additions. So as you can see, our proposed plan currently shows 2 small bathroom additions. Also, if there is a way to reduce it down to just 1 addition, and that works out with adjacencies, then we could consider that as well. Although we're very early on in our design process, we are assuming a few new window openings at the proposed kitchen location, and for all existing windows, doors to be replaced, new exterior siding throughout, and a new roof. I was reading over the guidelines, and it sounds like the best way to handle the new addition spaces is to articulate them in a slightly different manner, that it relates to the original house structure, but that you can see it was done as an addition. So maybe something like a board and batten siding for the addition, while keeping with the horizontal lap siding at the original building facade. And that's all I have for you so far.
Brevity is great, especially at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Well, first, do you have any specific questions for us, or you just want us to kind of dive in?
I do, if you want me to just kind of rattle off my questions.
Sure.
And again, these were just kind of things that I was thinking about through reading your design guidelines. Are there any restrictions on the number, size, style, and placement of new windows, both at the new window locations and for replacement windows? We plan to propose a metal standing seam roof, but in the event that we would need to VE some of the costs down, would asphalt shingles be acceptable? And then my last question was if there are any restrictions or specific style guidelines for other exterior elements, such as the outdoor storage area, decks, railings, and lighting. Any input would be appreciated. For example, would something as contemporary as a cable railing for the new deck be outright rejected, or would that be okay?
Is that all of them?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Who wants to start? If no one, I can start. I'll start.
So would it, and Carl had asked me this question, and I think I partially answered it, but just that understanding of what's historic, what's not, if that matters. I know you had mentioned the replacement of the siding and doors and windows, so we're getting into the exterior walls of the existing a little more than the addition, so that's something to understand. So, I mean, so if you've got a question about what's what that you're looking at, I can certainly pull up that drawing.
Why don't you pull up that drawing, if you can? That was helpful.
Wait, I did something
Did you
good
send that
today.
to everyone or just me?
I shared it with Bridget, and she was like, we had an interesting discussion about, like.
I have a hard copy, if that's helpful.
Oh, well, Jeff is
here it
looking for that.
Here it is, here it is, sorry.
Perfect.
There you go.
So, from what I was able to discern, and this is why it was an interesting historic survey to read, literally in the notes, whoever was taking the notes, whoever they're talking to was arguing. Because, and there's one place where she says rear is older, he says center. There's pieces of this sprinkled throughout. And in fact, at one point, someone makes the comment that the guy's girlfriend, her grandfather's girlfriend, was older than her mother, and that's written out into these notes. So this not only is a survey of this historic building, but there's also this narrative in there that's buried, and so it's trying to unwrap this. We know, and I think this is generally what you had heard, is that this center was the original or an initial piece, and whether it was one or two sections, not sure. There is reference to an exterior kitchen, and I can't determine if it's was this, or this, or this and this. But one of these was the kitchen and made date to the house. At some point then, those got incorporated into the house, because on this inside wall are shutters, didn't you say shutters on the windows and siding?
Correct.
Then at some point, this, and the blue extends to here because the center line of the roof is right here. So this was added on. It's been nagging me why there's this chimney at the back here.
Maybe that was the kitchen.
Well, the note here said the back bath was porch, he put in second fireplace. And so, but yet, is there a chimney where there would have been a kitchen? So, and I can't really figure out what this may or may not have been. So the best I can say, this is how I left it with Carl, I'd be 100% confident saying that what you're looking at here is what we know occurred when the Nimmo family expanded greatly in that period between 1880 and 1920, and it seemed like with every new kid or new grandkid, they added, and eventually got to where they added the cottage in the back, and then added 2 more additions onto that. So they say this was a porch here that whoever it was added the second fireplace to. So possibly it's possible this was the kitchen. And that leaves us within there out here on the west side, which is this, in their plan here, that's the existing kitchen, which is, I can tell you that that's not historic.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the deck is historic. I don't think any of this here is historic. And so the additions would be, to me, and seeming, not necessarily affecting the historic fabric that we know of. The 2 windows here, new windows into this wall. That would be, and then otherwise, you said replacing windows and siding. I think that's another discussion for the other, to set aside. So does that help? And then I know they're going to build a new deck in the back. That's part of it, or actually, yeah. So does that help contextualize this Winchester house here in Charlottesville?
I think it's still somewhat confusing, but I think it helps.
Oh.
Clear as mud.
Yeah, I thought I had it figured out, and then Bridget responded with something. I was like,
So do you have any guesses or assumptions as to the different dates that are associated with these?
we know that there were 3 periods of construction. And that's what we saw with the cottage, really line up with children and grandchildren being born. I just can't, nothing in here, in fact, there's conflicting language on which is what, which was, remember he said it wasn't the oldest and she said it was. So that's what I say, the best we can do, I think other than going and poking around in there, I don't think we're allowed to go over there anymore after the light incident, yeah, so sorry.
I was gonna say, crawling under the house would be the best way to figure it out, but I don't know how much room there is.
Yeah. Or what, if that matters, and it's, so, I mean, the structure in and of itself is that it's dated that 1870 to sort of 1920, that was that period of it became what was the IPP.
Is there a chimney off the bedroom, soon-to-be kitchen, existing? Am I seeing that in the pictures, or?
There's a chimney in this room here. We know this one and this one. And
Okay, so the little, because I thought I could see like a little thing poking up on what would be the bedroom addition, but I can't. Yeah, upper left picture, kind of upper left, isn't that sticking up over the, that's your right,
Here?
Jeff. That's your right, Jeff, left.
The pictures from the back show 3 chimneys.
Oh, yeah, so bottom middle picture, there's a little, is that a chimney?
That
over
is this chimney right here
Yeah.
over that bedroom addition.
So that's the
The new
sidewall of
kitchen.
the new kitchen. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
With that.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. Sorry. One more page, I would have seen it. well, since I said I was gonna start, I'll start. New windows just need to meet our guidelines, be wood or aluminum clad or something like that, no vinyl. Replacement windows, you really need to kind of prove that they need to be replaced.
Okay.
So we've asked for pictures in a survey just to say that these windows are rotten and falling apart. And depending on how the board is feeling, you know, primary facade windows tend to be more important than secondary facade windows as far as keeping them. But that is all kind of dependent on the project. And this one doesn't really have I don't know what the front of this house is. So I don't, the metal roof, changing that to asphalt is going to be a difficult sell. At least on the historic and front-facing roofs. I think you're probably gonna be stuck with metal. The rest of the board can correct me on that, but I think that's
Just
probably a given.
Budget for it, okay.
The new stuff, I think you're generally, if you want to go contemporary, I think you could be okay with that. I mean, cable rails on the new deck, things like that. I don't, especially if it's on the back of the house. I think we tend to give a lot of latitude to that.
Okay.
And again, I'm speaking for everyone else, so they can jump in and tell me I'm crazy. The fireplaces, chimneys, yeah, usually best to try and keep those if you can.
Yeah, those are all existing to me.
Okay. And I guess the one that's in the soon-to-be kitchen, I don't know if that really counts as we may give you some trouble for that. If you can keep it, that'd be great. If you have to get rid of it.
The chimney?
Mm-hmm.
I think we can keep it.
That one right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
And I guess it kind of depends on, it's a little hard to tell what shape that's in. What else did I see in here?
In,
Flue.
it's not even really, it doesn't even look like it's an exterior wall, does it?
The idea of the board and batten siding on the new portions, I think that's a great idea to differentiate but still fit in.
Mhm.
What else did I see? The siding, yes, that, oh, that's gonna hurt. That's wood siding, is it not?
Yeah, yeah, so, exactly.
Yeah, that,
Like, yeah, like, you know, obviously, they're gonna want something that's more maintenance-free.
Right.
Like a hardy plank product. Is that acceptable, or would you insist upon wood?
I think you're gonna wanna show us that siding is not salvageable.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, similar situation up on Park Street, at 743. And then, and I can share with you all what we've done, what I did at my house and what we've shown with other people, sort of trying to realize to a certain extent, not everything is salvageable, but some is. And, so I can share some information about that.
And as far as, you know, where you're putting the additions, I mean, that seems to make sense. That is the newest portion of the house, and it's, you know, it's kind of off to the side. The new windows in the kitchen, yeah, I mean, I think we'll, as a board, have to, you guys can weigh in on that. I don't know where I would stand on that. That is kind of, you
This wall
are
right
cutting
here.
holes in historic fabric.
Mhm.
So I think we'd, I'll let the rest of the board respond to that. And I'll shut up. Anybody else have comments? Or disagreements with anything I just said?
No, I mean, I think the idea of making the new additions contemporary, or simpatico, but modern is fun. It's kind of what we like to see.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Right. Yeah, cutting windows into that will be, might be tough encourage trying to salvage the wood siding to the greatest extent possible. I mean, you may find that really you just need to replace the bottom several feet or something with where there's maybe water damage, but let's hope so, right? Like that's, it's really, I mean, you can kind of see it in just that picture right there. Part of the charm of this house is that it's, you know, it's got a lot of variation and weathering that you're gonna lose when you go to a man-made, like,
Yeah.
processed material
I-
that's still perfect and exact, you know?
I agree. Would the best way to verify if it is salvageable or not, both for like the existing windows and the exterior siding, to have you all come do another site visit, if you're the ones that are making that determination, if it is or is not salvageable?
Depending on your time frame, that probably is the, yeah. I mean, documentation of the windows, photographic documentation, I think would be important, no matter what. But there's, might be a site visit in order.
Take an ice pick.
Yeah.
Just go along.
You know.
I mean, has it been failing, or is there evidence of like, you know, is it just that, you know, the client wants to replace, you know, the old stuff that's there, or are there problems that are visual or obvious, you know, through leaking walls?
I'll have to revisit that with the client. It may be that, yeah, maybe it was more that the clients just envisioned, you know, at this point, we're gonna replace all the windows and, but that, yeah, I think I need to go and, you know, really scrutinize.
Yeah. Because I don't know, I live in an old house too, this came up earlier.
Yeah, same.
We seem to have like recurring themes tonight, but, you know, there's sort of a burden sometimes it's tiresome to live in an old house, like, because these things, and there are certain points where you're living there and you just want to say, I just want something I don't have to worry about anymore. And you almost like forget the sort of inherent value of what it is that's there.
Yeah.
So I guess the first question is like, you know, what the issue is, if it's an actual like problem.
Yeah.
Or if it's more of an aesthetic thing.
I agree for both the siding and windows, to really understand more if it's salvageable or not.
So it just would show you. Yeah, so,
Oh.
so, I mean, and it's where, so that, I don't know, with preservation, I always, you know, have that, you know, it's the Abraham Lincoln's hatchet, you know, and my grandfather replaced the head and my father replaced the handle, and, but it's still Abraham Lincoln's hatchet. So it's like you know, what point are we peeling away everything? And, but, so mine, and I used this, and I think we shared this when you guys were doing the Park Street house. One thing, so I got where we took off the cement shingles, and then we took off all of the old siding. One thing it allowed me to do was insulate from the outside, so I didn't have to, you know, bust up the plaster and stuff. And what we did was then we took all the siding off site, went through it. I probably salvaged about 40%. We cleaned it up, primed it, and used it. And then I bought, Better Living's got a 1/2 by 6 just pine board. And then what it also allowed me to do was expose exterior and sort of just get that weatherproofing on there. I didn't replace, I just had the windows stripped, reglazed, and put them in. They think they cost me $50 a sash, so instead of, you know, $1,600 window. So, but just from the siding, this just made more sense to just get it all off, see what I had, you know, evaluate it. Don't strip it on site, don't have all that stuff everywhere, and then went right back up again. So that was, I just show that as for what would be one thing, that would be one thing I would suggest as a way to look at that. But there's also, if the siding is, you know, that's a way to get into, to weatherproof the walls and insulate if that's, but the BAR I think the BAR approved this, but, so.
What's interesting about this house, I mean, I don't know if it's just the photographs or what, but the siding literally looks like it's almost hand cut, you know, there's sort of a wave to it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
That's fairly unique, as well as the old, I don't know if that's the original roof or if it's the second generation or however,
Mm-hmm.
there is something to that, age of those materials.
Definitely.
To it.
I'll go ahead with a few thoughts, if that's all right. This is one of the wackiest things I've seen in a while, and I mean that in the most wonderful way. It's quite an adventure, I think, probably trying to figure out what the story of this house is, and I at least from what I gather is that the story is not about a single particular date, but about all of these successive adaptations and additions. So I would just say in a global sense that, like, I would not hurry to overly rationalize or pick a specific date for restoration or trying to tie it all, perfectly together. I don't think that's the way you would be approaching it anyway. But I think, just finding out kind of what you have, if you identifying the pieces that are original to the additions that were made, and then feeling flexibility and freedom to create a contemporary additions that play off of those other ones. So I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but I think it's cool that you guys are tackling this house, and I think you'll do it. Knowing you guys as designers and thinkers, I'm excited to see what comes of it.
Thank you.
I didn't know if some of you had seen this when we did the cottage, but this was kind of reconstructing. And then on the replacement of the roof, overall, I know mine is just over 100 years old and probably slightly more than that, and it just, at some point, you just can't keep painting them. And so I tended to treat that as a maintenance repair. So if you're replacing metal, I understand that. If it were, built in 1950, that'd be a little different. But was the question about the roof on the additions, or was it about the roof over on the entire structure, going with asphalt?
I guess the asphalt was like in the event that, the budget was really getting quite tight and, they said that they couldn't go forward with metal. Like we all agree that we would want,
My wife is asking me the exact same question on my house. It's, it's a $40,000, project, but we have allowed changes of roofs, and I'm offering them some thoughts, is that, if something's going to be replaced, and then, maybe that reversibility of that repair, that it doesn't tear the roof off, that something could be put back on later. That's one way to think about it. But I do think that the question of the costs of roofs is going to be something we have to wrangle with. But I think
and the existing roof it's painted standing seam.
Okay.
And it needs to be replaced. It can't get repainted.
Again, similar to the windows, I think we need to really take a closer look.
Mm-hmm.
We have had precedent where, like if there's an addition off of the back of a house, and they want to replace the whole roof, we'll make them replace the front with metal, but the portions off the back have been asphalt. We have done that before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's not ideal, but
this was just like a very hypothetical question, so I think we can just continue along and see how it goes. But Jeff, do you have thoughts on like how old the roof and the exterior siding as it is from? I'm just curious.
I guess just having been out there, I would say that whatever various roofs that are there look to me like that's what was
From
there.
from
right,
the
when-
1870
Yes,
or whatever we're talking about.
It's somewhere in that chart up there, it just did not appear to me as something that's been, redone in the last 50, 60 years.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's another question too, is with all of these roofs cobbled together, are there any spots that have to be, like where you've got something coming, a valley coming down against the, on the other side of something? I don't know, there might be some things a roofer needs to fix, but that's something.
I wouldn't be surprised if the whole thing got re-roofed when the latest addition was added, so when that
Yeah.
kitchen was done.
I was thinking like 1920s-ish, somewhere there,
Well, when was, the kitchen has like a 1980s look to it.
Mhm.
On the,
The present kitchen.
Yeah.
The one with the that.
Yeah.
this one here, yeah.
I mean, the 80s that was a long time ago, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's how I sort of,
Get a drone photo?
The
That'd be
80s,
helpful.
the 80s kitchen that you're referring to is definitely a newer roof.
Yeah.
Okay, it is.
The existing main structures.
It's older than that? Okay.
Yeah, I was just sort of,
It's significantly different.
maybe
Okay.
the last edition before the kitchen, before the 80s kitchen,
Other than
right?
that, yeah, that does make it old.
Like, yeah. I'm just gonna
100
say,
years
yeah.
ago.
Yeah,
Wow.
20s, yeah.
It's
And same
always-
with the siding, maybe, or,
Yeah, with the siding, I would,
I wouldn't jump that, yeah, it may be good.
yeah, I would say it would be a shame to have, this is a house, nothing but additions. It would be a shame to have it all be sided the same.
Yeah.
There's something really nice about like the different exposures and the different
Well, and it helps you
levels of thickness probably, and it sort of tells the story of the house. A roof is another story, if the roof is leaking, you need to like
yeah.
unify the roof. But I would be very hesitant to remove the siding unless it needed to be.
I agree.
Okay.
It helps you understand the history of the evolution of the house. Same as all the parts and pieces together are clues to when changes got made
Mhm.
and when alterations or additions were added. So stripping those away kind of hamstrings the detective work, if you will.
Yeah, and just like, yeah, all the character of why it's special. I get it.
Can't tell if the screen is warped or
I think the screen's
We need to take you out there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Bridget, thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
We get a little, well, at the end of the evening, we try to find our life, and that's, so, appreciate you enjoying our humor at Billy's mannequin's expense.
I'll tell you sometime, another time.
Sorry, in the middle of all
There
that,
is a story.
my son texted me, my son who lives in Atlanta, I had to fill out a thing, the court, they want you to be on a juror, and so I said, well, I filled it out and explained everything, but apparently I wrote, my eyesight's so bad, I wrote I have reported as a juror, yes, he is not. I have been convicted of treason or a felony. Yes.
Well, so he doesn't have to serve on a jury.
So Will texted me, hey, Dad, what, thanks for your help, but, so, yeah, whatever. So, parenthood. So
I ignore the call from my uncle. I'm just gonna say for the record.
you don't even know.
I gave him the button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Roger's son and Will grew up together, and it's like, we both know, like, just, that, yeah, we don't want to know. What are your friends, nope, we don't want to know what your friends' parents think.
So, do you have any after meeting questions for us?
I have only that I didn't print my agenda out normally. As I mentioned earlier, first off, thank you for that conversation about the trees. I think there's an attempt at bridging some things here, and I think, you know, we'll continue to have the conversation. And I know Breck and I have talked a lot about this committee that the city manager has charged my boss with. And so, thank you for your listening to that. The thing I mentioned about, you know, any sort of holiday event, it's really up to us. And I think I said, let's have that conversation. There are no funds, so it's up to us.
Social chair and social vice
right.
chair.
And then the other,
From away.
yeah,
Oh,
the
that's
other,
right.
yeah, the other question was,
We'll send out a doodle poll and email chain
yeah.
or something.
I mean, I say Breck, you weren't on the phone earlier. I said you go to your backyard and we freeze the bocce court and play, you know, we go curling and make pizza in your pizza oven. The other thing, yeah, all in favor, move.
I love the suggestion, by the way, of the bar. The barbecue would be a great tradition to get going.
BARBQ.
It's right. And
We'll work on it. Thank you.
and then I think I gave some thought to the 2022 awards. You know, I even went through like kind of what have we reviewed that's been completed. I mean, really, all we could come up with was that canopy, and you
Does
sort
it
of.
make sense for the awards to maybe be every 2 years?
They are not, hey, the first 3 years, we didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So it just, but unless you all had something in mind, something that you've seen, I'll tell you that the house down on Ridge Street that Joey Conover had worked on, one that had that's now white, and it's, I think they sold it.
Oh, it had the fake brick on it?
Had the fake brick asphalt on it.
Yeah.
That thing's incredible, and it's like, oh.
No, that deserves an award.
That's what?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, but I don't think, I just can't think of anything.
It's Design Develops thing on Virginia Avenue, although I didn't like the demolition of the two houses, turned out really nice.
Yeah, I went by there the other day.
Kind
Yeah.
of shocked, actually, how nice it turned
Yeah.
out.
So I'm saying, I don't have anything, and I couldn't come up with anything on the list. Nothing jumped off the list at me. If you all have some ideas, but we are not obligated. According to Tim Moore, some of the awards we gave out last year never even got delivered, so who knows?
Who was supposed to deliver them?
The postman, and so, you know, but so that's all. Those are the only things I had. I think, you all got the good news. Robert moved up to the big leagues. I'm really proud of that. And I will say that on Channel 10, going to leaving the Charlottesville Historic Preservation and Design staff to go work for the New York Landmarks Commission. He got called up, and I could be more proud. And Molly is working with me. I told her that she doesn't have to be here, I think, but we'll maybe be working towards that. But you all will certainly be hearing from her. She is transitioning from her role as the GIS person and still sort of doing that job. So she's not 100% helping me, but she's been invaluable for this meeting. She got all this stuff up and online, and so I couldn't be more pleased. So my apologies for the distraction. I apologize for the error on 507 Ridge. Won't happen again. And I think we made the right call to bump that. So just let me see what we can do. With that, any questions from you all?
Should we make inquiries about that?
I think I think everything's on the table. I mean, it'd be like, I went home and I said, hey, I told my wife, I said, I think I know somebody's giving away an old building I could get my workshop. She goes, no. And so, but, that would be very unethical for me. So I'm not going to, but it would, Well, I was saying, I've got an IPP, it would become, it fit the period and all, but I just would like to find a solution because I think we'll lose the building. I don't know, Carl, you've got your historic, no, it's with your.
Oh, goodness. With my
I'll leave it be.
1940s, Tintin Page house.
All right. But again, houses have been moved and buildings have been moved, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's just another layer on the story of that one. Maybe we can find a way to get it to Hartman's Mill.
Just add it onto the side of it.
Would they notice?
No one would even notice, just the roof over it, call it a day.
All right, with that, I will ask you all to adjourn if you wish. Thank you for the pizza, Carl, and see you in a month. Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bye, everyone.
See you, Brick.
See you, Brick.
Move to adjourn. Second, aye.